that's why, because it was connected to the other one. It was connected to Big Jet. Prism 857, there we go. It's refreshing, hold on. Hold on, there's a decent one, mate, it's a decent one, stand by. You can't make it up, mate. What are you doing over here? Should be on the other side of the bleeding airport. Bleeding great big Maersk truck. Taking a shortcut anyway, whatever. Hey up. Oh look. Nice. Like number 67 bus now, these AT20s with Air France and 8. Nice looking jet. She looks good in that level. Now, was this one assembled in Canada or in Europe? Because they obviously do have a number of different production plants, or should I say assembly lines. You see this pressure over the wing as the aircraft descends through that very little sort of like 100 foot, I reckon, that little moisture layer there, or just before she touches down as well. Still a wing, it ain't a wing anymore. Yes. Wow. Oh, that's a pretty cool one, I like him. I like that. I want that toy there. Oh, I want that one. Already got the fire engine. I want that one. Yeah, looking good, man. We do not want your stinky A320s anymore. You see us in them. I am. 767, is it? Yeah. Oh, nice. I am the Scarlet Pimpernel. Carpeted in that stuff, man. Yeah! Look at the black smoke! Flipping heck! I thought someone was having a barbecue out there for a minute. Overdone the sausages, blimey. Those old engines, mate, I'll tell you, that fella that I met up at the courtyard the other week, he's absolutely right when he says basically those old 767s keep them on their toes literally 24/7. Nice big lineup of of new jets there. Max, is that a CEO, I think, in the middle? And then a Neo at the back, 787 on the push. No, he's not on the push. He's coming out of remote. Of course, United. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 jets in town with United, which is probably why they want that. They've decided to take that that old hangar on of British Airways, but it's not as plain sailing as they had hoped in terms of getting permission to use it. That's what I'm hearing anyway. Wow, that's 3 more than United. Wow. Who's that come from? Ben Brown, isn't it? Wow. Yeah! Go on, girl! Wow! Tell you what, they're giving it bucket loads of reverse today. It's very still conditions here. That's not starting up. He's just going to gate. See, he's got no walk. He's got. He does have a wing walker. Does he have a wing walker? But it's generally only when he's hooked up to. I think, pretty sure he's going to be going to remote stand. Oh, your phone's downstairs. Oh. Downstairs. Link. There we are, Julie. Just tell me if that's linked up. What's that? He's got the blues running. He has. Fun little interview on BBC Radio London, I think it was, earlier this morning, with Barry. Yeah, interesting. Did the interview this morning around about 8:50, something like that. Still can listen to it back on the iPlayer, I think. Look at this United 787 with a load of wing fluff over it. That highly compressed water droplets forming over the wing there. Ah, it's beautiful, isn't it? Yeah! Nice. Derated, but still pretty damn cool. Sounding big, isn't it? This is a very, very light breeze here at the moment. If anything, it's sort of like a southwesterly, is it? Yeah. It's a little bit dodgy, that is, Gilly. That sock is sort of like direct south, isn't it? You've got to be careful with that. That could change, mate, to 09s. Cool. So listen, folks, we've got a couple of messages or tweets or whatever it is from folks. One of whom is a flying the A320. It is her final flight on the A320 before moving on to the Dreamliner with British Airways. We've messaged her and let her know that we're going to obviously cover her arrival. I don't think she's probably not even taken off yet, has she? Where's she coming from? So inbound from Venice. We'll give you the flight details and all that in a little bit, but that's a good one to cover. We've told her that we'll hopefully also be able to catch her her first operation on the Dreamliner, which would be pretty cool. Be great to follow her. Be great to follow her conversion course, because obviously she's going from a side stick to a yoke. Boeing and Airbus are a different breed altogether in terms of their feel that I get from pilots. You know, Boeing is a little bit more sort of like feed-in, whereas Airbus is very sort of like, this is nice. This should make a bit of noise as well. Look at this, man. Should be getting ribbons off those. Yeah, there's the ribbons off the winglets. Here we go. Open them up. Wow! Say it there. Wow, that was awesome. Yeah, Boeing aircraft seem to be a bit more sort of like traditional feel, rather than sort of like aided feel, like power steering. Like when you got but power steering's a little bit too sensitive, you know. So it's a different beast altogether, flying the and of course she's going also from a single aisle jet to a twin aisle jet. The Super Twin 787 Dreamliner, and it would be, I hope somebody's maybe documenting her training course in terms of type rating from the Airbus to the Boeing. 350 with Virgin. There's a decent moisture layer there, isn't there? Around about 100 feet. 100. Wow, raw kerosene. I can smell raw kerosene. Whoa, what is that? Tell you what that is. I tell you what that is. I reckon that smell of raw kerosene is the APU starting on that Dreamliner, because I just got a really tasty smell of kerosene, which is just fantastic. Just going to settings. Your channel. Live and exclusive. Uncle Peg. Chris Broad, Grease That Landing, Stephen Billings, Chloe Whitnell, Chester Draws. I buy raw kerosene cologne. We have toyed with it in the past, haven't we? There is actually I was in a store and there was I think it was called, I can't remember what it was called, like Airline or Fly or something like that, and it was supposed to have that. Actually, it's got to be raw kerosene in it, but it'll burn your skin somewhat, I would imagine. And you might find yourself a little bit vulnerable around naked flames and things. Put that cigarette out! Bleeding see you from up there, they can. Runny Bushbound, 3 a.m. here in California. Sleep overrated. G'day TCC. Charlie Redpath, Jeffrey Phillips, James Doink, Andy P, Mark B, loving the smell of jet fuel. It is a fantastic. When I was over at McDonald's before I went and picked Barry up from the from Hatton Cross, I was at McDonald's and when I pulled up, opened the door of the van, I got rubber from obviously the touchdowns, but also kerosene as well, so I had double dabs at it. Oh, this is nice. Isn't this becoming more rare? Aren't Air Baltic going back to Gatwick or something like that? I haven't seen this in here for a while. We haven't seen it on the show for a while, have we? Launch no, it wasn't the launch. Yeah, it was the launch customer, wasn't it? I'm pretty sure it was the launch customer. Good looking livery, I like that. I like that simplistic pastels and all that. Wings for Marie, Air India kerosene. Look at this big old advert. See the lack of hydraulic lines or any brake lines at all for the front undercarriage. We did go through that whole thing the other day about the extension of the undercarriage and kind of like some great discussion. I have to say. However, we kind of met halfway on it, really, didn't we? Because the undercarriage system, even though it uses gravity to fall, it is governed and restricted, that fall, by a hydraulic strut. Bigger on some aircraft, smaller on others. Also a hydraulic strut on the front undercarriage as well. But it's a push. It's not a push. It's more a it's a bit like a reverse action shock absorber, where basically it slows the well, I say shock absorber it is, but it's when you normally push a shock absorber to absorb the energy, this is where you pull the shock absorber and it gives that sucking noise, and that's what you hear if you watch a swing check on an aircraft in controlled environment inside a hangar. You'll hear the noise, which is the shock absorbers working in reverse, basically, and stopping the undercarriage from just literally dropping down, and because otherwise, obviously, all the linkages and all the mounting points would become very worn out quite quickly. But yes, it does use gravity, but there is a shock absorber, shock system that works almost like a rebound when you have a compression strut, you have compression and rebound, and it's more like using it on the rebound. Wow. That's accomplish. Yeah, go on the BA. Also great to see is the oleo when the main gear sits down. All the weight of the aircraft is transferred from being on a wing, a flying wing, to literally all that weight is then compressed onto 2 struts, and that's it. And obviously the third one when it touches down on the front end. Island Live, tuning in from the midnight hour in New Zealand. David Dunlop, what is the difference between jet fuel and car fuel? Well, the additives, really, David. You have a kerosene additive. It's a bit like the old 2-stroke motorcycles that used to use the old Castrol oil, which is sort of like a blend of the 2 fuels. There's obviously Jet A1 is a lot more sophisticated than just one type. There's different blends of fuel and all that kind of stuff. But yes, far more different than your standard unleaded fuel that you put in your motor car or motorcycle. Of course, they used to have the old 2-star, didn't they? Remember the old 2-star? That's what you used to have to get with your additive mixture. Look at that wing pressure, man. Beautiful. And I have to say, if you're anything like me, and you love the smell of mechanical stuff, the smell of a 2-stroke motocross bike, or motorcycle for that matter, is almost as satisfying as a big whiff of Jet A1. He's not very happy sitting there for all that time, is he? Great landing, beautiful landing, touchdown on time, and look, he's got to wait. Heavy going out. Cloud base is very, very low. In fact, to be honest with you, looking across the field there, can you see that haze, folks? So we're getting down to some pretty, and also I can feel that now. I can feel that, the coldness of that wind. It's the breeze, but it's turned cold. It's literally right upon me now. Oh, here we go. And it's rain. It's actually rain. We could get some windscreen wiper action here. Boom! Yeah! Upwards of 40 odd thousand pounds of thrust at least being used on each of those engines. Right, we are going to now cover everything up. The fan is running, the cooling fan is running, the microphone is stable. This needs to be covered over, which now it is. That line is secure, that line is secure. The phone is in its waterproof case, so I don't need to do anything about that. Ha-ha! Just the usual, please. Yeah. Okay, both mics are covered for moisture ingestion. This proper test of this this phone case now, this waterproof phone case. About what? Oh. Keep up. When's she landing, Jilly? 1 something, isn't it? Alright, okay. Yeah, got ages, yeah. Listen to that old girl there, man. Oh, sorry about that. A bit of moisture on the runway. We're going to start seeing some activity from the engine reversers. You get to see them obviously when they're in the dry. You don't get to see the direction, the directional flow of the engine reversers. Literally, what they're doing is it's actually why it's called reversers. It's reverse thrust. It pushes the air forward by way of very sophisticated systems that they use on board the engines to basically close off the airflow and from going backwards to making it flow forwards. So obviously those reversers are a component that go through a tremendous amount of hardship. So it's probably quite a heavily maintained component of the engine, I would have thought. But fortunately, an easily removable product, I think. Well, I say easy, you know, compared to sort of like an engine off or fan blade removal, or mind you, if it's internal, then if it's core related, it's got to go away, and engine off and all that. But easy, son, easy. There we go, nice and strong. Oh, beautifully done, mate. Or madam. I can live with these sort of like conditions, man. It's not too bad. It's not too bad. It's workable. Get 4K water droplets, Jilly. Jet fuel is paraffin based, yes. Paraffin, yeah, exactly. It is kerosene. Much the same product, isn't it? Kerosene and paraffin and all that. I think something like that, is it? Oh. Scott XL. Wish I was there. The smell of aviation fuel. Yeah. Oh, okay. I'll go for a wipe in a sec, folks. What's that, Jilly? Oh no, you've gone all robotic. It's all gone a bit Kate Bush, innit? Out on the wily, windy morning, this how could you leave me when I needed you? Don't sing! Olympus shooter. Breakfast had now Big Jet TV on as I edit my photo. Okay, breakfast. Okay, breakfast had. Okay, sorry, I misread that whole thing there. Thought it meant breakfast program, so I had Big Jet TV site. But he means breakfast had, as in finished, completed. And now he's got Big Jet TV on, and he's settling down for the proceedings. Chalk ices, peanuts, get Wally Rock. Nice. Brussels Icon Jet. Now folks, I've got to tell you, I've got to show you this image. Now, whether you're going to be able to see it or not, I don't know. But it is an amazing example, which I just found by chance. Now, if you remember, a lot of people, especially the old timers like myself, if you look at the nose of the 787 coming up on you right now, look at that nose and that profile there. Now that could be a Comet C4 quite easily. And I'm going to show you a picture and I'm going to tell you a story. Yeah, mizzle, lots of mizzle going on. Heathcliff, it's me, Cathy, I've come on. Right, so anyway, this, I'm guessing, I'm wondering whether there's a few people out there who agree with me on the whole profile of the 787 having that very sort of like Comet-esque profile about it, very slipstream, aerodynamic, and ironically enough, we're talking about an aeroplane that was flying around in the late 50s, you know, about 1958, or I don't know exactly when the Comet was Hawker Siddeley, wasn't it? Was it Hawker Siddeley? Comet? I think it was. British manufacturer. Last of the great ones, I think. Wow. What's going on there, is it? Yeah, the weather has come in quick, hasn't it? It has really, and unfortunately, my issue here is that, as you can appreciate, I've got the camera pointing straight across the other side of the airfield, and as you can see, the weather is straight at me from a direct southerly. So I'm going to have constant issues with my own visibility in terms of, first, my glasses, and secondly, it's de Havilland. Sorry, it was the de Havilland. Sorry, yeah, it was Hawker Siddeley Nimrod, wasn't it? But de Havilland Comet, yeah. Oh look, it's got a bit of, no, it's just mizzle, isn't it? course, it was de Havilland who produced the Mosquito as well, the amazing Mosquito fighter bomber in the Second World War. But yes, let me just show you this quick, folks. Hold on a minute while I wipe. Just let me. Yeah, somebody there asking, can you tell us what aircraft they are when they're landing? Well, I could do, but I obviously am concentrating on other stuff, and it's kind of not. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't. However, if you wanna, hey, look at that, fully sealed, fully sealed. No issues there, son. Oh, hold on. That's the payoff. Look at that. That's the payoff of having the moist air. I get soaking wet. We have to wipe the camera, but you get beautiful imagery like that. So anyway, about this, Julie, can you shout the next one in? 500 feet, please. Let me just show you this, folks. Yeah, so go to flight radar 24, ladies and gents. Go to flight radar 24 and you'll be able to see all the aircraft that are on approach, like the one that's joining the back of the stack now. You probably can't see this, but you know, it gives you all the information on the aircraft. Boeing 777-200, flight number, flight details, altitude, speed, all that kind of stuff. So go to flight radar 24 if you want to know every single aircraft that is on approach. But let me just show this image. I might need to edit it first, just to take that little bit out there, and then I can get it full size. This is from a page on LinkedIn, and I'll find him because it was is he? Oh God, yeah, he is. Wow, look at this, man. Oh, that's the payoff right there. Of course, the air's nice and thick as well, so you know you're going to get maximum efficiency from the engines. You don't really need to give it a big load of welly on the old on the reversers. But look at this, folks. I don't know if you're going to be able to see this. What's the best way to see? Now, what is the crazy thing about this? It's a very rare image of a comet. I'm not sure if it's a C4, but it is one with the later circular window, so it's like a later variant. Almost in the Braniff colours. It's got no airline identification on it whatsoever. However, look at the front end of this aircraft from 1958, folks, and look at the front end and imagine. You tell me what that looks like the front end of. Okay, so there's the aircraft. Can we see that? Yeah, there it is. Look at that. Look at that. Now you tell me what that front end looks like and what airline. It's just right there, isn't it? So there we have it, folks. When we talk about the fact that the Dreamliner front end looks a bit like a Comet C4, that's what we're talking about. That beautiful image, I've got to say, I'm gonna hunt him down and find him because he's a regular on LinkedIn. Wow, just about see these things at what, 150 feet? I mean, obviously their visibility for these runway lights, they're very intense runway lights. So they'll be able to see them over a mile away. Yeah, Pratt & Whitney power, folks, on that 763. And wow, what a display of reverser thrust. So you can see the water being pushed forward. Heave, heave. It's the Yuffle. Yeah, 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 yeah. Oh, who's arrived? Where? It's not Emma. Around the front. Oh God, every time, man. Yeah. Yeah. Is it taking messages or anything like that or not? Tell him go around the back. Tell him go around the back. Nice. Yeah, indeed, folks. A lot of people getting that right. Exactly. My thoughts entirely about that being looking identical to an Air Canada 787 front end. Uncanny how much it looks like it. Almost as if the designers, the livery designers of the new Air Canada livery actually saw that image in amongst thousands of images that they saw, and they were like, oh, I like that, because it is so like it. It is ridiculous. And we'll hopefully get an example of that very shortly with an Air Canada. American. 26 daily operations they're planning for, folks. 3 more than United. That's crazy. Disappears off into the mist. 767. I can hear it. Listen to that 767, mate. He's in a car, yeah. Honestly. A lot easier to actually slow down and read the instructions. It's such an easy thing to do. Can't see his one line. Is this in there? It's in there. Fella! Over here, mate! Flipping heck, man. I mean, how many... you know... Oh, Cheryl Howard. I used to love going on the Comet up like a rocket. Wow! Lucky you, Cheryl, man. Having flown on a Comet, how about that? I'm going to ask this bloke. Go on, son, open up those reverses. Come on, we want to see a little bit more action here. Instructions, man? What does it say right at the top? What does it say right at the top? Every instruction is 50%. Yeah, exactly. So, you know, down the back, with that, blah blah blah. You do. Live, we're live. Okay, there we go. That's him told. Should have been a teacher, really, you know. Should have been a teacher. No. You cannot take off without the use of elevators, unless the runway's like 15 miles long or something like that. We can't do that, can we? Are we allowed to do that? Thank you, Mr. Very friendly delivery driver from McDonald's. I need to speak to him because what's priority? What is priority? Dan Air, who flew the last Comets, Captain Bob. Yeah, wow, yeah. And my mother-in-law flew with Dan Air. I don't know if she flew on the Comet. I know she flew the 727, which was long after the Comet, wasn't it? Sorry, my stepmom. Before anybody thinks, oh, is he married then? No. Stepmother. And to be honest with you, oh no, that would work, wouldn't it? Oh, Blair's saying it's a shame you can't see any departures. Qantas Dreamliner, Yam Dreaming livery leaving soon. Yeah, well, don't blame me. We could earlier. I could change the setting. Wow, moisture pouring off the wings. Should be playing the Kate Bush album really while we're filming this, shouldn't we? How could you leave me when I needed you? He won't be friendly next time, Alex Hill. He'll just sling it up here like a paper delivery boy or girl. Oh, Melanie, you'd be good. You'd infuse the youngsters as a teacher, but not sure you'd be good at sticking to the topic. That's very true. Oh, did I tell you about the... Wow. Wow, big pressure over those wings, man. Look at that! Oh, look! Air Canada! Wow! Wow, misty, man. Makes it kind of scary, doesn't it? Well, not really, but you know, it just gives it a different aura, doesn't it? It gives it a different aura, doesn't it? Doesn't it? And there we go, Arrow, Air Canada 777 in from Vancouver. Sam Tweedale flew on a good few of them in the 60s and 70s. One of the first jets carrying passengers. It was. The Comet was one of the. I'm pretty sure it was. Honestly, can't think of any other bit better. Because the Comet was operational in like 1956, wasn't it? still had tail draggers around, DC-4s and stuff like that, when the Comet was operational. But you see a lot of images of the Comet, if you know what you're looking for. And parked up near to them are usually 707s or DC-8s. And of course the 707 was the nail in the coffin, really. Yeah, in all fairness, with regards to BA cancelling my flight, I just would have liked to have known by notification and not when we went to check in, you know. It's a little bit off, you know, but other than that, you've got to give them a bit of, you know, a wide berth, because, well, not a wide berth, but give them a bit of credit in terms of, like, you know, what they're up against, because are we putting it down to, well, staff related, or, yeah, French ATC, you see. But bear in mind that also European airspace is governed by, it's all in one sector. So when one ATC goes on strike, then it does affect other routes, obviously, you know, other services. However, you know, as I've always said, as I've always done in my whatever industry I'm working in, it's quite easy to create a standard email with "terribly sorry, but due to operational reasons," and even give the reason. You know, say due to strikes in Europe, air traffic control, we're very sorry, but we've had to cancel your flight. You know, that would have been acceptable if they had done that. But no, we didn't get any notification whatsoever, which was, you know, it's pretty bad etiquette. Wow, Harry Taylor's wife flew from Gatwick to Singapore in '64 on a BOAC Comet. Wow. Shay Oakley on LinkedIn is a very knowledgeable guy on the old historical aircraft. Posts a lot of good pictures, but there's some great imagery online if you want to go and look at it, especially comets, BOAC comets. I mean, really? I know it's a 777.
Jennifer Jordan, was Comet flying before the Queen Elizabeth coronation? Wasn't she coronated crowned in 52, wasn't it? Was it 52? Oh, cool. I got it wrong. So does that make it right at 52? Was I right? Blimey. That's a flipping... Fair play, Jerry, mate. Fair play, mate. Just saying it. You know, I am dates, right? Lined up in a row, isn't it? Oh, cool. We've got somebody on feed who's just waiting for one of his jets that he's going to be working on. Oh, was it 53, was it? So 54 then. Yeah. Oh, well. She ascended the throne in 52. VJ Ladwa, welcome back, VJ. Jennifer Jordan 1 crashed the same time as Everest conquered around the coronation. Wow. Peter Craig, Monday saw the beginning of international flights from the new Tianfu airport here in Chengdu. Expected to grow to become the biggest airport in southwest China. Wow. I doubt it somehow. He hasn't quite got the pull of a sort of like a young queen or a young prince being crowned, is it? Some old geezer. Lovely fella, salt of the earth, but he's just an old geezer, isn't he? Really? King of England! But he's an old geezer. Wow, Ray Rowson flew on a Dan Air Comet in 1969. Charlie Redpath, will we be having a coronation special? Yeah, all round mine for Coronation Street. Wah, wah, wah. Help, Vera! Help, Jack! Oh, go on, let us a favour, Vera, will you? No, where, Jack? That's what they mean, innit? Coronation Street special. Yeah, sorry Charlie, I didn't mean anything nasty about it. I think you're a lovely bloke. I did say salt of the earth and all that.
Chazza.
Nice push and start. The car there was based on the DC-4. Freddie Laker was involved in the project. Simon Taylor. Yes, we talked about that before. The car there. Actually saw a picture of it on Jilly's monitor the other day. I got it wrong. I said, is that the Beverly? No, it's the car there. It's that, of course it is. It's that crazy cross-channel air ferry thing that Freddie Laker experimented with. Good old Freddie. Always remember his Sky Trains at Gatwick, the DC-10s. Funny enough, somebody once gave me, and I honestly, and I do apologise to who it was, because it was so long ago. It was back in the very early days. Should be shutting an engine down really, shouldn't they? Shouldn't be running on two engines. Has he idled that engine back? No, he's still running it, isn't he? Bit naughty really. Trundling around an airfield with both engines running. Should be it should be airport policy. And it's a very easy one to implement as well, and not only that, it's going to save millions of dollars for the airlines, for the operators, but also you know, in terms of the carbon footprint and all that. It should be right as soon as you touch down, within the safest period, you shut your number 2 engine down. Quite easy really. Dying 78 QR3, 1 hour 20 minutes. Okay, Deborah Robinson. I could cry. My aunt's ashes are arriving on EK1 in 25 minutes, and to know that I'll be able to watch her arrive is maybe. Oh, Deborah. I'm sure she's hopefully being escorted by a loved one, or perhaps not. I don't know. But a lovely thing to witness. Dear old Deborah's dear old mum, her ashes are on EK3, is it, or 1? Aunt, my apologies, sorry, it's her aunt, sorry Deborah. And sorry to Deborah's mum as well. Sorry mummy, sorry. Oh God, that's 2 strikes already, isn't it? So Deborah's aunt, on EK1 in 25 minutes. Thank you very much indeed. Stephen Luscombe, I remember the 4Bs, you could hear them coming in, yeah. Philip Thorley, is there much of a delay at Heathrow? I have a group of 30 students flying back to Madrid, later on board Iberia 1910. Is that Iberia 1910 the number, or Iberia at 1910? Wow, Nigel Gale, my first flying experience in the mid-60s. This is how far back we go, folks. To Belfast on an Elizabethan, and my mother arranged return jet flight back on a BAC 111 to Gatwick. Wow, what an experience, man. How cool is that? There are planes out there, folks. No, the roads won't be jammed up and restricted coming into Heathrow. Actually, Jilly, I don't think you can get out of your street. Aren't they going to have a Jubilee party down your road? You have to park your car around mine, won't you? Pop out, get a couple of sandwiches, nick a couple of pies on the way through. Can't stop, got a show to do. Thanks anyway. Oh, they're nice, aren't they? Yeah. WHU26. G'day from Melbourne. Well, g'day to you, my friend. I'm just going to
point over at that beautiful Air Canada, because this mizzle is back basically.
Oh yeah.
Oh, wasn't it?
Wow. Yeah, Elizabethan, man.
I mean, folks, really check it out, man. Oh, he looked a little bit offline here, didn't he, this Icelandair 737 Max. New livery, like it. Oh, easy, son.
That is the other crazy thing. Obviously, though, there will be many people who will to identify it without any problem whatsoever. However, if you were to take the front end like a comment, I showed down and said how much it looked like the 787 nose or front end. Look at this clearer weather west. I would have thought that it would be an automated system, but unfortunately we didn't receive it. And hey, listen, at the end of the day, we get people coming on here saying I didn't get a notification. And that is just sometimes the way the old cookie crumbled, unfortunately. go back now. Amazing technical gurus doing their penny's worth, which is standard procedure for the Suez. Okay, it's clearing a bit for another 10 minutes. Nice and clear. Oh, nice. 777 push back. Here we go. Push and start. Clear, push and start. I bet that's a little 320. I bet that's a little 320. Arc it. What I say? JR, reverse thrust and wet runway. Best combination you can have, other than of course adding a little bit of a crosswind element into it. Small ones are hitting that little bit of turbulent air coming off the sheds. So as this cloud base now starts to increase, as in terms of like get more of an approach shot, WestJet Streamliner. Yeah. Nice! Oh man, that's what it's all about. 2 pushbacks here. 787 and a 777. Nick Gray, yes, windsock does appear to be showing a crosswind. It almost is a direct southerly. It's sort of like flirting with that whole will it change to 09s, but I don't think it will as it stands at the moment. Janine Kelly, what a dismal day. Well look, Janine, look at it like this. It's okay. We're all safe, we're all happy, we're all watching this and involved in this, so try and enjoy it as best as you can. Hey, thank you. Patrick Crimmins loving the roar. Cheryl Howard just loved the roar. L'Esprit of Reverses J Mank. Awesome sound, Mank Red. Here we go, another one. Very, very small, even
unnoticeable blast from the reversers there. Obviously quite a light aircraft, doesn't need a great amount of stopping power, happy to use the brakes and the spoilers, and maybe a little bit, a tiny little bit of a reverse thrust, but almost zero. TCC, Matt Leslie, Michael Weinstein. Are there any quick ways to tell the different planes apart? Michael, great question, but not quick, I'm afraid. No, you do need to kind of watch this for quite some time to get to know your individual aircraft. Like, for example, that being a 787. Look at the engine cowls on it. It's the only large jet. The 737 Max has those engines, but it is a single R twin jet. Whereas the Dreamliner, apart from the 747-400, of course, the Dash 8 has. You see, there's all those different things you need to factor in. That being a 767. Look at the size of those winglets. I think they're the tallest winglets in the business. Not the longest, but the tallest in terms of like their vertical stability, vertical prowess, should we say. Easy, son. Easy. There we go. There we go. So just to let you know, folks, we do have a pilot. She's flying in from Venice later on the A320 with British Airways. This is her last flight on the single aisle jet before she moves on to the 787 Dreamliner. And I did mention earlier on that it would be a wonderful thing to be able to document her journey in terms of type rating and crossing over from the single aisle and the Airbus, should I say, as well. So she's got two major things going on here. Converting to a big jetliner and also to a different manufacturer as well. So obviously going from the side stick to the yoke. Diesel run free, American 777 from Seattle, 5 minutes out. Andrew Gates. Oh, he's landside till he gets his full pass. Always looking up, yes. Well, we didn't miss it then. Always looking up. Correct me if I'm wrong. No, you are. You're not wrong. But there have been hot reverser systems in the past. I think all of the newly developed engines use a cold stream reverser system, which is the common term for it. By using the bypass air rather than the core air, but there are some old engines that use core air for reversers, I believe, or did in the past. So there's the Yam Yam, folks. He's just doing a full and free movement. It's called an F&F check. Checking the LS, very slow F&F check. Rudder. Oh no, speed brakes, left wing, speed brakes, starboard wing, and the flapper on there also used, and the ailerons on the far outboard section. I think there's the rudder check right now. Very slow, isn't he? Normally it's like what, up, down, left, right, that's it, we're done.
This guy's very particular of going through all the different modes, the different angles of the elevators, and then the rudder as well, being very calm and sensitive. EK1, 8 minutes out. Stephen Luskin, loads of 350s in that orchard. Okay. Rue in the background, Michael McNeil. Yes, indeed, the Yam. And luckily, somebody mentioning earlier on, it's a shame about the visibility. Got Yam going out on the southern runway. I thought that was then, but no, it's either been delayed or he was talking about something later on, which is right now. Which is Blair liking that Yam dreaming livery. Helen Clapp, what's all this? What's this on here about disabled seats on aircraft? Well, there's designated areas for disabled passengers, or for those with mobility issues. They will get taken onto the aircraft in a wheelchair and then either move themselves, or be helped in getting into the seat. IA. Nice. Get some rotate shots as well. Claire Westerman, I see a lot of pilots do the flaps while taxiing. The flaps will be retracted, or sorry, the flaps will be extended. Either when they're normally just after the pushback, the procedure is that the flaps will not be extended. Maybe you mean the speed brakes, because they will do speed brake checks on taxi sometimes. Depends on the pilot really, what their individual procedure is. Sometimes they do it more than once, sometimes they do it more than twice. What's that, GP? On the BA! JetBlue Atlantic flight for those guys on that aeroplane. Silver Fox, what spoilers are used to make the plane crab? Well, to be honest with you, Silver Fox, it's a natural thing where you allow the aircraft to continue flying straight, but you implement a little bit of rudder and also use the flight surfaces as well. You know, the speed brakes, well, I say the speed brakes, the spoilers are used during the descent to manage that whole descent. It is a controlled descent, but in terms of crabbing, they will obviously input a certain amount of rudder to keep the aircraft pointing in the right direction.
air has just turned warm. How crazy is that? Now really, just check on the YAM. EK1 380 turning on to approach Q Gary Boakes, thank you. Ellis Chernoff, most carriers extend takeoff flaps after engine start and prior to taxi. My former carrier delayed setting taking flaps until clear of the congested ramp area. Those beautiful big engines, man. I don't know if they're Pratt & Whitney's on there. Oh look, Singapore Airlines on the push. Watch this guy dwarf this airplane, folks. Just enormous. Brian Henry right on there with the nose art on Virgin Atlantic's fleet, and very much indeed like I'm going to pull that aircraft forward because he'll get a jet blast up the bum from that Singapore 380. Yeah, of course the nose art was something that the Americans, I think it was the Americans who introduced it on their aircraft. Maybe their fighters initially, but then moved on to their bombers, their B-17s, Flying Fortresses, etc. Like the Sally B, for example, and of course Bomber Command, the RAF crews also did the same thing. In fact, my mate Dave, who was a rear gunner with 460 Royal Australian Air Force Squadron. Oh, start up. Reverser action overload. Can you hear that 380 Rolls-Royce engine starting? Thankfully, we have no inbound big jet just yet, so we're just watching that A38. Now look at the horizontal stabilizers at the back there, folks. Well, there we go, coming up to its neutral position now because the hydraulic systems have all been charged. Looks like that JetBlue is going to remote stand. Chernoff, yes, appreciating the size of the new Neo engines. I'll tell you, the smallest engine really out of all of them, out of the single R jets, is the little CF34 engine on the. If you put that next to one of those big high bypass ratio engines, I mean the other ones were high bypass ratio, but these are like mega bypass. Straps flapping on the undercarriage of the JetBlue. K-Ben 21, great that you noticed that, K-Ben. The straps flapping on the undercarriage, what a great observation. They're removed before, they're the tags that the flight crew will, the pin, basically that's a pin in there which disables the undercarriage. He's winking at you. Horizontal stabilizers, those elevators there are the same width across as a small single aisle A318 Airbus jet, folks, believe it or not. See, he's doing a double check of the speed brakes. Of course, the speed brakes
or spoilers would be needed, not just on the descent, but also more, just as importantly, in the instance of a rejected takeoff. They would be very much needed, depending on the speed, of course, at which the takeoff was aborted. Wow, that's an empty airplane, that is. Absolutely nothing on the reversers. Doesn't need it really, not when you've got 16 big braking systems, 16 wheels with around about 4 disc assemblies within those wheel assemblies. So yeah, Vicky Denning, please remember EK1 just about got it. Thanks folks. Puss in PJ's big lad, very smooth, thank you very much. Love the big fans, and I cannot lie, I did. Smooth as Kathy and the Birds. Evening from Sunshine Coast, Australia. Tim Hitchcock. G'day, Tim. Oh yeah, I'm not doing anything else. I'm not looking at the monitor or looking around the airfield and seeing all that kind of stuff. So why do we need to bother opening it then? It's spotter, aren't ya? Need it loud, man. Need it loud. You know. The cloud's too low, isn't it? Tim O'Dell, that Slinger V9 SKS was in Sydney yesterday morning. Wow, how cool is that? Philip Sinclair asking about the new revised livery that Emirates have introduced. Yeah, you know what? As a revised livery, I think it's cool. They just got a little bit more definition in the flag, haven't they? And increased the size of the the lettering by about 30%, I think it is. What's her name, Tilly? Hannah. Okay. Did she give a surname, or should we just leave it at Hannah? Hannaford. Hannaford. Chester Drawers. What's the plan with the old Terminal 1 building? Saw it sat looking sad when I flew to San Fran. Well, didn't they sort of like refurb the Terminal 1 buildings and all that kind of stuff around it, sling a load of new infrastructure around it? I think what this jet's passing now is an old British Airways regional terminal area, which may have been linked to Terminal 1. Certainly looks like it's coming out from that direction. I mean, there's the main link area there. Whether that's quite, someone's going to know the route to that, but it looks like it's up and through Terminal 2, I think. Hear those Rolls Royce Trent 700s, sorry, Trent 800s purring away. Yeah, the early morning chorus, or like somebody said the other day, like a cry of a whale. That is the early morning chorus. A startup of no doubt a General Electric, and that's number 1. I think he started. Going to get the number 2. Don't know where it is. Oh, hold on a minute. I think it might be the. I think it might be the Thai jet. Yeah, it's the Thai jet, isn't it? Howard Scott, those are the Terminal 1 domestic gates. There we go. Did hear that they're planning to reopen those gates or reintroduce them at a later date. Just going to get that. Just going to get that Air Canada 777 climbing out. Wow. See how low that cloud base is. Mind you, it's clear now. It's perfect conditions for approach shots now. Still quite low. Don't forget, if you're a new member or if you're new to Big Jet TV membership, please don't be shy. Come in and say hello to me. I'm gonna go for the Singapore departure more than this single aisle jet. Apologies to whomever's flying it, but I just want to get this Singapore Slinger climbing out, which will probably be around about that point there. Wow, that can't be any more than 500 feet, is it? This is a BA jet, even though it's got Finnair written on it. Could be a Finnair service, could be a British Airways code share service. Safran reverses on those CF34s. I think they're Safran reverses. Safran Engineering, also manufacturers of undercarriage and other components. John Gage, good afternoon. James Drummer, Philip Sinclair. The Aer Lingus flights to Dublin departed from down there. Oh, Philip Sinclair. I gotcha. down at the T1 gates. And Terry Slater also confirming that Aer Lingus used to use those T1 stands. Really, does anyone know why Virgin's 8:55 AM departure to JFK isn't on Heathrow's list anymore on flight radar? Interesting. That I wouldn't know. Captain Bob, as far as he remembers, Terminal 1 was just domestic routes. Ah, okay, there we go then. That kind of answers all of it, doesn't it? That they've just... I mean, that would be with technology and having to update all their systems in there. But then again, it's only departure gates, isn't it? All the check-in's already done at your normal, so they just have to make a new route for it. But somebody did say that they were reintroducing those stands. Stand!
Sunny down there, look.
Oi! Bring that sun over here! QR3 due in about 40 minutes, Cappy Williams. Is that their 380? I'd imagine it is, isn't it? Would that be right? Nigel Clenning, it's Elise. James the drummer. Ryan Saunders, tuning in from Townsville, Australia. Why are BA using Finnair aircraft? Well, Ryan, because they are co-sharing. They're part of the One World group, number one, and they're their mates. And they've said, we've got a few aircraft short. Do you have some aircraft we could borrow? Yes, we do. It's going to cost you this much. Not quite £6 million a day, but you know, there you go. Actually, it probably is. Mark Bell, welcome back, Mark. Digidude, I guess the reason why I woke up at 4:09 AM this morning was to watch Big Jet TV. There we go. Now we've got a bit of a breeze, but interestingly enough, the temperature is much warmer. Yeah, folks, if you're new to Big Jet TV as a member, or a new member today, or if you've been gifted a membership, please don't think that, you know, you don't have any place in the chat. You do, as much as anybody out there, folks. So please, if you've got any questions, if you want to pull me up on something that I might have said that's aviation related, obviously, that you can't quite understand, or anything you want to ask, then ask away, because it's for everybody. This, you know, the chat on Big Jet TV. That's the that's where I like to hear from you, the members, whether you're new or old, or in terms of your time that you've been with Big Jet TV. It's great to have your company, and so please ask away. That was crazy, wasn't it? You could quite at Healy, you could quite clearly hear the drop in the engine note as they came off the throttles. That was, oh, sorry about that. Blimey, what happened there? The thing went mad, didn't it? You're mad, you are. Oh, this could be a.
Is the Aer Lingus. Surprise, surprise. Jan's views, yes. Toulouse is rebooked, folks. We're going to be in Toulouse next Wednesday. That's if they don't cancel it again. Thank you to H Hotel, the NH Hotel in Toulouse, by the way, folks. I've got to say, great hotel to stay at. Nice and, you know, decent rates. Of course, nice bit of rehearsal. Of course, when we were informed by British Airways, thank you British Airways, that our flight had been cancelled, albeit not via a notification, but just by telling us when we went to check in. So imagine if I'd have done what I sometimes do, gone to the airport and not checked in, prior to it, which is what we normally do, but sometimes we don't. I just go and check in, go to the airport, and then I'm done, you know. So I would have been anyway. Very fortunate for us. We always stay at NH Hotel right next to Toulouse. It's literally bolted on. You can walk through the airport straight into the NH Hotel. They very kindly agreed to rebook us free of charge. In fact, we got a £12. Did we get 12 quid refund or something? £21 refund. Otherwise we would have lost that money. But fortunately they were very kind and agreed to rebook it. Unfortunately not the case with the car hire. So British Airways, you owe us £166. Thank you. Donate it to charity. Donate it to charity, mate. Be a little bit irate if we just cancelled our travel willy-nilly like that. Still, yeah, whatever. Steve Aero, welcome back, Steve Aero. John Rigby, first time watching live, been a subscriber for a few months. John, great to have you with us. Ask questions, John. Get involved in the chat. I'm right here. If I miss your comment, then please don't take it personally. I've just missed it. That's all it's down to. John Nurse, is the takeoff landing speed altered by weather conditions and weight? Yes. Well, it can be. It just what they want to do is maintain the correct approach and landing speed, round about between 140 and 120 knots. Obviously, if they have a very strong headwind or crosswind. Yeah! But yeah, I think overall, in general, the approach speed is. Can be, I mean, you know, the AN225 Maria approach speed was like around about 170 knots, which is insane. You wouldn't want to be doing that in one of these jets. The normal approach speed is between 140 and 120 knots. Closer, I have to say, to 120 knots, because that is around about 120 mile an hour or thereabouts, you know, in terms of knots and miles an hour, if you're wondering how it's converted and all that. But it doesn't seem very fast, does it? But these wings are so efficient that they will operate in that optimal range. Oh, we missed the yam, didn't we? We missed the yam, mate. Look at it. Yeah, I know, mate. I know, but we had a load of other stuff going. Oh, it's a shame. Up there, it's been holding up there for quite some time. Now
Now it's turning into a southwesterly, mate. Now I can feel the breeze. Is that a bank of rain coming in from the west, possibly? Have you got anything on radar, Gilly, in terms of rain? Welcome to Hong Kong. Rab H 112 to 115 knots in the longitudinal. Okay. Is it? Yeah, but keep those questions coming, folks, because if I can't answer them, we've got people on here who can. Trevor Dexter, Turkmenistan 77L, due in at 15:47. That's going to be on the southern runway, Trevor. Turkmenistan, 777. Is that 777? Is that Turkmenistan? No, that's not going to be a 777. It's going to be a 321 or something like that, isn't it? Nigel Clinning, approach speed is a function of weight with wind corrections. Yeah, of course, if they're obviously the idea is to the ideal conditions is a headwind. Obviously, they they always fly into a headwind, preferably anyway. I mean, obviously, once they're up in the air and cruising across the skies, if you hit a tailwind, all the better. You can pull back on the power and let the aircraft sort of like just get pushed to its destination. But yeah, of course, if there's a very strong headwind element, you would need to maintain throttle control to maintain that optimal approach speed. Because even in a strong headwind, surely you don't want to be approaching any more than 120 knots. You just need to obviously input more power into the engines to maintain that approach speed. Hair flick. Daniel Burns, is it true that Virgin wanted to buy the Concorde fleet? I don't know if that was we've got a bit of crabbing going on here. I don't know if that was a rumour, to be honest, but it wouldn't surprise me, because that's the sort of thing that Branson would throw out there as a PR campaign. Well, not PR campaign, a PR stunt, wouldn't it? That's the sort of thing that Mr. Branson would do back in the day, just to wind up BA probably. That's definitely some moody weather coming its way, Julie, look. Mind you, is it not showing? Is it no? There's a whole lot of crabbing going on. Oh, IDG2, Jerry, knots 1.15 to the mile per hour. Okay, so 0.15, isn't it? So 110 knots times 1.15 is
So now the moisture element has dropped. Still some there. Easy. Oh, nicely recovered. Beautiful, man. Beautiful. Still enough moisture on that runway. Look, Virgin Dreamliner with its gear up. Moisture in the air! Can't sell it to Branson, he would try and put it into space. Fred Vernals saying yes. Simon Bradbury, pictures look awesome. Sorry, the picture looks awesome today, Simon saying. Thank you, Simon. We are in 4K, folks, if anybody doesn't know. Yeah, we are now in 4K, have been for the last few weeks, I think. Secondary axis free. Watching the American Turkey Vulture in flight yesterday. Yes, this is something that I've mentioned many times before. You should watch a video and see how similar the wingtip looks to a 787. Yes, those what feathers are they called again? For God's sake, I always forget. You're bloody useless, Dyer. The ventral, no. Wingtip, it's they have a function, the wingtip on a big bird of prey like that, of something feathers, I think. Everywhere I look around. JF Bryson, one thing I noticed recently was the cockpit windows on a C-17 look like an MD-11. Are they related? No, they're not. McDonnell Douglas or Boeing being the manufacturers of the C-17. It is a Boeing, isn't it? Hold on a minute. The C-17, not C. Yeah, the C-17 is a Boeing, isn't it? So I wouldn't have thought that, because it's such a modern aircraft. Wouldn't have thought that it would have that much, in terms of its design. I'll have to have a look at that. Good bit of observation. C-17 and an MD-11. Is it a C-17 and an MD-11? Easy. Caught that little bit of that pocket of air, or lack of it, just then. Look at that wing flexing away, man. How beautiful is that? Back set first. Back set first. Weight on wheels, speed brakes up. Decel. Although not at maximum, still decent enough. Primary feathers, Brian Clarkson, thank you. There we go, the primary feathers. I think, to be honest with you, that all modern aircraft wings are designed and developed around bird wings. I mean, blimey, come on, they are the best. They are the ambassadors of the skies, aren't they? The wing of the bird. Even a communal pigeon Look at its wing profile. Look at the Crow. Crow has an amazing profile and incredible capabilities of turning the Crow as well. I saw one yesterday that he noticed something as he was flying overhead. He noticed something and he just turned on his axis and just like dived down to it. Bit of bread or something like that on the footpath or something like that. Jesus. Okay, so let me just so was it 100, was it 1.15 multiplied by 1? Christine Clydesdale is a new member. Welcome, Christine. IDigiDo C-17 designed and built originally by McDonnell Douglas. Ah, there we go then. My apologies. IDigiDo, so making obviously it quite clear that yes, I need to have a look at the two, to be honest with you, to kind of exactly get myself in the right ballpark in terms of the visual of the cockpit of both. Yeah, it's quite pointy, isn't it, the nose on the MD-11/DC-10. I think the DC-10 and MD-11 had both exactly the same front end or cockpit area. Dirty set of flaps on it. Just obviously go through the cleaning process when the aircraft goes offline and is in the maintenance lineup. So they'll cycle that jet, and when she goes in for maintenance, she'll have a checkup from the neck up and a nice bubble bath. Dean Hayes is a new member. Welcome, Dean. Anil Baki Durmas is a new member. Welcome, Anil, as well. That is ace. The new encoder has made a massive difference. Rick Freeman. Indeed, it has. Took a little bit of time to figure it out, but you know, Jilly and a little bit of input by myself, I have to say. Give myself a little tap on the back there. Just, did you try this? John Nurse on the Virgin flight was picked by that flight. I thought during the flight it felt like we were going so fast. John Nurse, is that the Virgin versus BA flights when they had that amazing tailwind? Do you remember when it was like fastest across the Atlantic or something like that? Ellis Chernoff, love landing on damp runways. Yes, always a good one to sort of like. Oh yeah, it was. Yeah. Which doesn't surprise me really, because the 747 has an amazing. Oh yeah, I was going to do that calculation, wasn't I? So yeah, so 15 knots of 100 knots. So 115, I'd say 120 knots. It's 138 mile an hour, so it's nowhere near. So approach speed of 100. Did I say 40? 140 knots or 120 knots? Sorry. 120 knots is 138 miles an hour, which still is not massively fast, is it, when you think about bleeding big these things are. Nicely done. Thank you, sir or madam, whomever is flying that aeroplane. Giving it bags full of reverser. Really is a lot dependent on weight and of course the winds, and you know, at the moment you've got quite a brisk southwesterly at the moment, so that's creating a little bit of turbulent air running across the tarmac, across the airfield, which hits superstructures and can create a bit of turbulence on the approach, but also on the ground as well. Once you're on the ground, you've still got those wind elements to deal with. Just the only major difference is the fact that you're dealing with a vehicle rather than an aeroplane. Soya Hajar is a new member. Welcome, Soya Hajar. Great to see you. Thank you very much for joining us. If you've got any questions, please come in and ask. Dave Mack, a lot of reverser action today. Yeah, it is the best, isn't it? That's why I love this position, because of we get that heavy duty reverser action. You can really see the crab element now on this ATR. Look, big carbon blades on her, which is an open fan engine, I think they sometimes term it as. You still have obviously the core of the engine, exactly the same as a normal jet engine, turboprop. The only difference is there's no outer casing, you know, this is all open fan. Looking at Embraer, I think it is, looking at developing an aircraft and ATR possibly, to fit the props on the back of the aircraft like an MD-80, interestingly enough. Reverse pitch. Right now. John, the new United livery outdoing the old one now. Yes, still see them though. Cheryl Howard, say what you like, and I do. You can't really beat BA for crew quality. Pilots training superb. Well, I think, to be honest with you, all airlines have to be absolutely on the ball, don't they? I thought these guys were on strike. Are they on strike? I've got the wrong country. Not the airline, but you know, the country. Everyone has gone out on strike. No, I've got the wrong country. Wow! Totally freestyle. Wow, that was a very, very smooth landing, man. Low fly pass over the airfield. Well, what's he got? He's found something, hasn't he? Oh, what's he got? What you got? Is it mousy? Did you get mousy? Bite it. Definitely eating something, isn't it? It's chewing on something. El Al, that was it. Yeah, that was it, El Al. Hello, mate.
Just come and say thank you for my daughter. Very happy.
Oh.
You filmed us coming into our holiday.
Oh, really? Oh, excellent.
So I know more.
Fantastic. Caught his daughter coming in from her holidays. Greg McMillan, love the tartan tail. What plan is it? Cool, it's a big meal. got there, isn't he? Can I go any deeper? Well, yeah, the bleeding wire is. See some. I just want to see what happens when he flies off. He definitely caught something, hasn't he? He was coming in from a low level. You might have seen it from a dizzy height. Oh, there he goes. Oh, bit of competition. Bit of competition. Oh, gives a bit. No, it's mine. It's lovely. Nice. Yeah. Oh no, it's mine. Lovely, it's mine. It tastes lovely. We used to do that as a kid. I got this whole chocolate bar. Oh, it's lovely. Anyway, whatever. Cherry's Wild Kingdom. Brian Stewart, Kevin Pride, United Delivery. It's still the same. Oh, livery, you mean? Just a different paint colour. So it's still boring. Oh, Kevin Pride not liking it at all. Well, you know what? It kind of's got a bit of nostalgia to it because it's kind of got that old continental look about it still, hasn't it? Easy, son. I think we might have a bit of a unsure pilot here. Flipping heck. There we go. Got it all nicely lined up eventually, I think. Hopefully. And there we go. It's all down. And thank you. Oh! You don't want to watch that one back, mate. Thank you for catching my landing. Could you possibly delete it from your feed, please? No. It's there for prosperity, my old son. Oh, Martin Smith prefers the old United livery. Yes, I do. With the old, the big orange U on the, had a bit of orange to it, didn't it? Hello, unmarked. Oh no, sorry. Who's this? Oh, it's Air France A220. I mean, yeah, man. Easy, son. Bonnet de douche. Kaplunk. Lots of tasty morsels on the runway, look. Yeah, look at that wing, man. That's Airbus all over it, isn't it, eh? That's not how you climb, this is how you climb. Yeah, man. Straight on the wing, man, look at that. Beautiful. Much better than this old clunker. Remembers the days? Remember the day? Do you remember those days, folks? Way back in the day when all the Dreamliners had their engines removed and were being replaced, British Airways and Virgin Atlantic being two major carriers that were affected by that. I think Air New Zealand was as well. Obviously, you know, there are both the General Electric GPW, General Electric GENX engine, as well as the Rolls-Royce Trent 1000, but those mainly all the engines that were affected were Trent 1000s. Did have a few. I think they were the compressor blades at the back. I think one of the main problems was because Rolls-Royce grew them. And I mean that, folks. They grew them using very, very advanced technologies. They were obviously a very, very powerful material, you know. Kevin Pride, it will be interesting to see what sort of sky logo Virgin will put on the side of the aircraft if they do anything at all. I'm sure they will, you know. Not a lot of separation between these two jets. Look, whoever this is, they need to get off the runway pretty sharpish, because that guy there is not far behind, man. So Tower will be saying, reduce your speed if you can, please. And he's probably saying, well, I can't go any slower than this, son, otherwise I'm going to fall out of the sky. Tell the bloke in front of me to hurry up! Right, okay, get off the runway, son. Don't run it all the way down. Don't run it all the way down. Get off at your earliest convenient point. I think not. Really? Well, yeah, we do, because that's always been the case. There's dry sump issues with the Pratt & Whitney PW engines on the Neos, yeah, and on the they're also on the 220s as well, aren't they? That's what that noise is. That dry sump sound, or sort of like metal to metal, almost like, you know, vibration-y sort of sound that you get sometimes. Stuff like that. MG John, such extreme wing flexing, with such extreme wing flexing, which they are designed to do. Is the risk of metal fatigue fractures a key aspect for scrapping aged aircraft? MG John, good question that. An aircraft basically goes on its number of landings and takeoffs and landings. I think it goes by, not so much its age, but more so, you know, obviously structural fatigue is something that they look into, but that's why they have D checks, you see. The D check, obviously, A, B, C and D. D check being the most in-depth check, almost de-skinning the aircraft and checking all around the main frame points. Obviously they don't de-skin it, but right the way everything comes out from inside. Oh, easy! And also you can see where the valance is there, where the wing meets the fuselage. See the valance, the bulbous piece there. That all comes off. That's behind that there's ancillaries and a couple of pumps maybe and all that kind of thing. Winding mechanisms and stuff. And that, all of that gets inspected. And of course where the wing meets the fuselage or the main spar of the wing, which is one continuous piece. No, it's not. It's not one continuous piece. It used to be. It's not anymore, I don't think. Or is it?
KLM 737 in from Schiphol. They don't have a problem with this. They know a few things about bumpy landings. Obviously there's a central wing section, which is all one section, which is what the wings bolt onto, literally. And that whole wing spar area, where the undercarriage is all housed, and so that whole area of the wing undergoes a lot of pressure throughout its lifespan, and once that particular part has reached a number of touchdowns and landings, it will generally, or unless of course the aircraft goes out of favour, is no longer needed in terms of like, for example, the 747s, older aircraft that just uneconomical to release or whatever. Alexander Wood on BA 579 A320 from Venice, is just east of Brussels. Hannah, there we are, Alexandra Wood. Folks, this is Hannah on BA 579 A320 from Venice, just east of Brussels, 39 minutes out according to Flight Radar 24. Thank you very much for that, Alexandra Wood. That's who we're looking for at the moment, folks. This is Hannah, who is flying her last operation on the single aisle for British Airways before she switches to the 787. Very interesting whole thing about that, to be honest with you, in terms of the transition from flying the single aisle jet to a bigger super twin jet like the Dreamliner, but also at the same time switching and type rating from an Airbus to a Boeing. So there's two elements to her conversion, should I say. And of course I look back at the old days, heavy conversion units back in Bomber Command, when they come off the Wellington bomber and be converted over to the Halifax or the Sterling early on, and of course the Lancaster later on, and they had what was known as the HCU, the heavy conversion units, dotted around Lincolnshire and well, mainly around Lincolnshire, I have to be honest. Heavy conversion units, HCU, of which that Halifax that I dug up was part of. Operational training unit as well, the OTU. Certainly didn't have as much experience, those young lads who flew them, with very little time on behind the wheel or behind a stick. So you either have to be a complete natural or learn very quick. Brian Stewart, great question. Brian, the conversion for, let's just say for instance somebody was going from the A330 CEO to the A330 NEO. Oh, look who I've spotted, look. Sitting there all on his own, look. Yeah, A330 CEO to NEO. Ironically enough, this is the NEO. This is Eliza Doolittle. That can be as little as a couple of weeks, maybe even a week. Because it is the same aircraft primarily, different engines, but same sort of engine settings, all that kind of thing. I don't think they can almost jump straight on it, but they will be type rated for the Neo. But going from a single aisle smaller jet to a bigger twin, super twin like this,
obviously the main thing you have to consider. There we go. One thing you need to consider obviously is length of aircraft. It's a much longer aeroplane, therefore different characteristics, flying characteristics, and also bear in mind coming off the Airbus from a side stick controller to a yoke, the traditional Boeing yoke, so a totally different animal really in terms of its flying characteristics. And this is Delta's A339, so two 330 Neos in a row, followed by a partridge in a pear tree. So Virgin's pilot stiffed it. See how Deltas do. So a little bit of that's that shed turbulence right there. And then once they're past that point, maybe a little bit of a speed up. Sees the rents. Nick Rose, is there any difference between, say, 777 passenger pilot to a cargo only pilot? Nick Rose, no. We were talking about that with Emirates. If you're a 777-300 pilot, you will be type rated on the 200, which is their freighter, and you get the opportunity of flying either the freighter or the passenger jet. I guess you get offered out a roster, yeah, well, to be honest with you, I think I'd probably rather be on the passenger, on the freighter, to be honest with you. Qatar's 380 is that QR3 inbound there, I think. Nice 200 British Airways. No, it's a 3, isn't it? It's a 3. Wow, no, it's a 200. That's the GE90 blowing out all that bypass air out the side of the engine. QR3 next. That's another. Not happy with that, are they? You know, probably taken as long to fly from bleeding Germany as it is they've been sitting on the tarmac. What's that, GP? Say that again. Okay, now watch the rudder, folks. Look, a little bit of input with the rudder here. You can see them manipulating the rudder to keep the aircraft tracking forward, but leaning into the wind. And then lastminute.com, they'll swing it so as to put the wheels straight down the middle of the runway, the nose wheel, that is. But in the meantime, on this approach, it's just approaching where the wind turbulence is more prominent with the shed effect coming off those maintenance sheds. You see the tail rudder there. Look, there it is. He's getting caught by it right there, man. And it's got, of course, they've got a split rudder assembly on the A380 because it's got such a big control surface. They don't want to knacker the connections. Still using that rudder. Now here comes the swing. Oh yeah.
I love that power down sound, man. How awesome is that? It's funny, isn't it? You know, a big flock of starlings over there, you know, completely unfazed really by the engines, and if at all, for literally seconds. I'm afraid all you operations guys out there and girls, you know, your little pup guns, your little spud guns, don't do very much, do they? All banter, of course, all banter. Okay. Greg Lear, nice touchdown by the 380. Karina Roebuck, Basil Sims, Sandy Humby, Marcus Repole, George Taylor. That's what you call a rudder, Bootle lad saying. Avro Arrow, Sir James Doink, Jan's Views. Wow, smooth TCC. The size of the 380 rudder amazes me. I think it does everybody, doesn't it? Another try to keep that speed up, mate. Sink rate. $50, $40, $30, $20, $10, retard. Wannabe pilot. We can all pretend, can't we? Come on, who gets in their car and does a pretend pushback? No? Oh, it's just me then. Get in the van. I've even got the wing mirrors that I can put flaps at 1 or. Nigel Coxon, hints of a beluga from the front. What's that? Daniel Burns, those starlings are well hard. I don't know without looking, mate. You want me to have a look? Because on the slots? Oh, okay. I thought you said there was one modem carrying us. Okay. What about the Wi-Fi? What about the phone? Before this bleeding rain comes in, which it is. I can see it. I can see the rain approaching. Tell you, it's bleeding hot in there though. No, that one's working. That one's working perfectly. Yeah, both of them are on, mate. Both of them are on. There's nothing else I can do. So is that? They don't like it out them, sir. Oh, here comes the rain. Ding, 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 ding. Yeah, it's been a little bit of a, you know, it's not connected to the, yes, you see, it's connected to Big Jet. Not just no auto join. Forget about it. Forget about it. Get off of there, man. Prism 857. So its standard boot is up to Big Jet, isn't it? No. No. Diddle-diddle-doo. Let's make sure we don't forget what's the pan actually. It's still on the radar, obviously. Sorry folks, just fiddling and farting around with this at the moment. Okay, it's a very important one, this folks. Let's get her on flight radar 24 now. Oh, what happened there? Oh no, it's alright, it's alright. Be fan. Just, I think I might get another one of those fans, so I could do double bubble from the other side as well, because the fan's blowing hot air all over the gaff. Anyway, sounds a bit extreme, but it would mean that air would pass through the device. Yeah, they still use the remote tug, but only down at T5, isn't it? For the BA jets. They don't use them for any other jets. I think it's a British Airways. Yeah. Easy, Sam. Go on, Sam! But we sometimes get a little bit of a nice little bit of like. Here we go. All on the brakes. Carl B talking about the Luton works going on the Luton runway. Yes, some major. That's why they've stopped one of the services, haven't they? Someone's service. I think, probably during the night, I'd imagine, but it's got to be one of the biggest headaches operationally for an airport, isn't it? It's like, you know, first of all, you're asking the company that's doing the refurb work, you know, first of all, can you do it at night to minimise disruption? Yes, we can. Secondly, what's the curing time of the component that you're using in terms of the material? What's its curing time? You know, 7 hours. Ooh, okay. What, 7 hours before we can land an aircraft on it? Yes, indeed. Right, so you need to be done by midnight at the latest. The howl of the Pratt & Whitney. Oh, is this a Aer Lingus' retro? Yes, indeed it is. Yeah. Easy, easy. Yeah. CFM. Of course, the CFM 56 engine being replaced by the LEAP engine, the leading edge aviation propulsion power plant. It is still a General Electric power plant. Just a big giant fan blade version of the CFM 56, really. Obviously with probably a highly modified core to it, but I'd imagine that those cores have been you know, Probably bolt-on modifications that you can use anyway. Yeah, a tiny burst of reverser there. Stephen Billings, British Airways 5790 needs at least 720 to get it to the most followed on Flight Radar 24. Well, we'll get that. I'm quite confident that we will get that. It is BA579 you want to be following, folks. We are tracking Hannah on her last ever flight on the A320 before she switches over to the BA Dreamliner, and we have asked her on her Twitter feed to let us know when her first flight on the 787 is, and we will try and catch that as well. Etihad 787-900. I think it's a 9. Be there 10. Have to wait to see the strut. It's a 10, is it? Okay. Boom, she's down. Wow, yeah, big long. Yeah, get those brakes on. Interesting about the 787-10, of course, 777-200 and 300. The 777-200 is a 4-door fuselage or passenger exit doors, 4 doors, 5 doors on the 777-300. But interesting to see and note that the exit doors on the 787-10 are still 4, like it's 4-door 900 sibling, if you get what I mean. Yeah, TCC. It's easily mistaken for a 900 when you're looking at it at that angle. Until you see a side on or at more of an acute angle, you sometimes can be led to believe that it's a 900, as you know. Nigel Clinning, CFM International is 50-50 GE and Safran. Is it now? Interesting. Okay, well, thanks for that. So the CFM engine is part Safran as well as General Electric. Didn't hear that much. That's why those stickers have got Safran on them, isn't it? That I've got on my desk. Yes, that makes sense. Now, what part does Safran manufacture on that engine? I would not be surprised if it's the reverser. I'm guessing that Safran's input into that LEAP engine is the reverser system itself and the hardware. Stephen Luscombe, 380s with Etihad should be back this summer. No water salute, Stephen. Too much. They'd only do that for a retirement flight, but even then, it doesn't happen. It's just a very sort of standard procedure. There's many pilots that we're seeing today that may be flying their last flight in, but this is one particular aircrew member who contacted us and well, actually didn't contact us. How was it? Was it what happened then, Jenny? Were we copied into the tweet or something? How did we find out about Hannah? She tweeted us. Okay, there we go. This is the IAE engine. With a slider system. Those IAE engines are developed with both the clamshell style reverser, what I used to call hot reverser system, much like the Trent 700. And that system there being the door slider system. Well, I've just explained all of that, Helen, what I just said about the difference between the A320 and the 787. Of course, it's a much bigger aeroplane. There's a lot more sort of like parameters to consider. It's like driving a Mini and then driving a Arctic. Nice! So American Airlines and United Airlines in a massive brawl at the moment with we've got more flights than you've got sort of thing. American going for 26 a day when at the moment I don't think there has been any announcement by United, but I understand that they're going for 23 a day. That's incoming and outgoing as well, by the way, folks. Oh wow. Well, that's one that you're going to have to keep me very much posted on, Julie, because I've got a lot going on, and I need, you know, he's taxiing out now or something like that. There's only one WestJet. Hey, look at this Egyptair A330 CEO. Haven't seen this for a while, have we? Normally now they're 321 Neo or 777 as well, and Dreamliner. Yeah, wow, look at this. Yeah. Now these are the, I don't know if these are going to be the clamshell reverser style. Watch this. Fronts down. Yeah. How many what? Shift changes. Brilliant. Where's John? I'm well overdue me tea break, aren't I? Jilly, can you give John a call? Tell him that Jerry's desperate to go to the toilet and he's got to change his shift. Avro Arrow, great long looking wings on the Egyptair, the 330. Yeah, it's a big wing on the 330. Took a lot of, learnt a lot from the wing of the 330 on the A350 when they were developing the A350. But one of the biggest test beds that Airbus were very grateful for, or to, was actually the A380. They'd learnt a lot from the A380. And a lot of the 350 development came from ideas and design structures and stuff like that came from the A380. Always look up. I prefer the engine cowlings that expose the exhaust cone, or cover the exhaust cone, is it not? Because obviously when they extend backwards, which is a sliding door mechanism, they cover the cone. MG John, thank you very much indeed. Likes the close-up of the reverse thruster deployment. Yeah, I love all of that, folks. I love all of that. Oh, Monkey Boy 85, that was for tower shift changes. Yeah. Well, I'd imagine that. I'd imagine Monkey Boy, that's every 30 minutes, isn't it? Every 30 minutes or something like that. I mean, somebody saying on the feed the other day that apparently, you know, in America they do it, you know, when they feel like, you know, they're asked, you know, do you want a break? And they're like, no, I'm all right, I can go for another hour. It's like, well, not how you feel, mate. Is it? Should like it or lump it, mate. You're going for a break after 30 minutes, or an hour, or 45 minutes, or however long it is. I don't know. Yes, you've got to. That's safety, isn't it? Can't be sitting there. No, I'm fine, mate. But mate, you've been there for 2 hours. No, I'm fine. I'll go another hour. Don't worry about it. It's like, I guess there's a limit to how long you can go, isn't there, with the American systems of operation. Matt Weaver has gifted 5 Big Jet TV memberships. Thank you, Matt. Lovely thing to do. Yeah, thank you very much indeed. I'll go for the one strikers because everyone else who's been gifted a membership are ex-members. So, did you say ex-member? Yeah, there I was, well, minding my own business. Next thing I knew is someone had gifted me a membership. But there we go. Welcome back, all our ex-members who have put their name in the pot for free membership. Congratulations. Nice way of getting around the old. Nicholas Sherwood, are you going filming new Virgin aircraft on Friday? Nicholas, be a little bit more specific on that one if you would. Oh, okay, right. Well, that being the case, if the weather's decent, we'll get up here and do it then, shall we? Okay. Yeah, okay, so yes, the answer to that is, my friend, we will be, if the stars align, it's on time, it's not delayed or not postponed for a day or two, we will come and cover Virgin's new, that's another Neo, is it? Oh, it's like the one named after the Queen as well, yeah, Queen of the Skies. Queen of the Skies! Actually interesting that the A330 has actually got less of a rake than the 767-400. Look at the back windows there, folks. Look how they go upwards. See how they go upwards to maximise the capacity in the underfloor below the. Look at all the panelling, man. Look at all those panels. Look at that. Isn't that crazy? All the different panels. Okay, we're looking out for Hannah, folks. Where's she at, GP? We need her when she crosses the English coast. Is it 579? BA579, folks. If you've got your flight radar open now, look out for her. Let's get her to number 1. This is Hannah's last flight on this narrow-bodied 320 jet before she converts over to the 787 Dreamliner with British Airways. So she's asked us. Well, she's actually told us. She hasn't asked us. She didn't actually ask us, did she? No. She's just been very polite and saying, like, you know, if you're there, just to let you know that during your show, I will probably be flying in my last ever flight. There we go. Any chance you can look out for it. There we go. Well, we can do more than that. We as a community around the world can get you to number 1 on Flight Radar 24. And apparently the skipper is an absolute legend. So obviously she's going to be in the right-hand seat. We might get a little close-up shot of her, GP, as she goes past. But hey! Hello. I think we're going to get some floofage. Nice. Something starting up all the way over there, look. They even sound like little mini GEs on startup, don't they? Alexandra Wood, Hannah, BA 579 is just over Chigwell in Essex, folks. Let's get her to the number 1, please. Thank you. A330 sat on the back row. Must be like sat in the last row of the pictures, Anthony Davis. Yes. Obviously massively exaggerated, but I see exactly what you're saying. Aidan Campbell, GEUUP Airbus A320-200, by the way. Thank you very much indeed. Everyone giving a shout out to Hannah and good luck. Of course, she's got a little bit of. We've got a little bit of wind to greet her on approach. So let's use this as a dummy run, shall we? Get the touchdown to start with. Easy. There's the touchdown, and then go tight in on the flight deck. Oh yeah, we'll clearly see her, man. We will clearly see her. Hey! Hello! She's number 8. She's number 8, folks. Come on. Come along now. Alexandra Wood looks like she's going into the hold. Yes, Mike James confirming that as well. Tim Rato, 579, BA 579. JB Trip reports next plane is the aircraft taking me to Dublin at 3:10. Big Jet TV. Okay, well, we'll stick around for that, my friend. We always stick around for a couple of departures, seeing as we're on the operational runway for departures. Number 5, she's number 5. Avro Arrow, the only thing missing will be a truck. Don't flip in say that, mate. We had one this morning. Luckily we haven't. Oh, I'm not saying anything. Eagle Atlanta, and Hannah is flying in circles just now. Number 4 tracked worldwide. Rebecca Weaver, she's doing a circle like a yeah. Not steady on that one, son. It's difficult, man. I'm telling you, when you're highly zoomed in, and you've got a ooh. Nice! Qatar 777. This is nice. In the wind, in my mind. Hello. 579. She's at number 1, folks. Thank you. Awesome. I think she'll be very happy with that. Of course, people around the world are going to be like, what's going on? Why is this BA 320 at number 1? What's that all about? Jordan lost 40 minutes due to Google YouTube crash. Wow. Okay. Well, we did have a momentary glitch, didn't we? But we don't think that was anything to do with YouTube, or as Chili says, nout to do with YouTube. Nout's to do with that there YouTube thing. You know what I mean, like. Oh, yeah. Can you hear me, buddy? So folks, if you're tuning in right now, we've got a pilot, Hannah, flying her last ever 320 operation into London Heathrow today. Last ever 320 operation before she goes off for conversion to the Boeing 787 from the little single arm. That's going to be fun, isn't it? Oh man, I'd love to follow the progress on that. It ain't never going to happen, is it? Hey BA, what do you... Easy, son! Hey BA, what do you think about progress in doing it, you know, oh, well, yeah, we're too busy. Be good PR for your for future crew members, wouldn't it? Yeah, but you know, John's on holiday and we'll get someone else in then. Yeah, but you know, I can't be bothered really because I'm on my own. Oh, she's also number 1 on Plane Finder, Paul MK saying. Mike James, BA 579, following an A300 600. How about that? She's not from Liverpool. Colton Bennett. Okay. So it's debatable what Hannah's going to get in terms of crosswind or anything like that. But she's going to definitely get a little bit of turbulent air on the touchdown, or just before the touchdown. It's a very controlled nose touchdown. Very controlled in terms of the nose touching down there. We've got a couple of new members. Tom H is a returning member. Welcome back, Tom. Good to see you here. And Matt C77 is a returning member. Very welcome, very warm welcome back. Back up to number 1 on Plane Finder. I thought she was from Liverpool. Okay, Rick Freeman. Hannah is a real speedbird today. Yeah, that's a good one. That I like that. Although we're probably not allowed to say that, are we? That says this.
So very British. Beautifully controlled front end. This isn't her next, is it? She's still a little ways out, yeah. My. Cheryl Howard looks like she's fourth in behind the DHL. Now you see how that rudder on that aircraft there, on that 777, is completely cranked over. It might be an optical illusion, it might be cranked over to the right or to the left, one of the two. Probably to the left because the wind is coming from that direction. But because all the hydraulics in the systems are drained at the moment, they're not charged as they will be when the aircraft is switched on or the engines start up, to charge all the hydraulic systems or put pressure inside the system, pressurize the system, I guess you could say. Until that time, they are free of movement, so as to minimise the amount of stress on the components if the wind is blowing. I think that's a something that is Drives memberships, didn't I? Phil Sky has now gifted 5 Big Jet TV memberships. It's a wonderful thing to do. Thank you. Hopefully they are first timers being gifted membership. I would prefer it that way, I have to be honest with you. It's something that I will discuss with YouTube next time I speak to them, is that really, you know, it's kind of a pointless exercise, isn't it? Gifting membership should be for those who I appreciate there's a lot of people out there who cannot afford the membership that they you know, and therefore that's why they have dropped out, but you know, and that's purely no problem at all. But I personally would have, you know, prefer it if memberships were limited to first timers only, because you know, otherwise you're sort of like jumping the queue, so it's been there, seen it, done it sort of thing. There you go, it is what it is. Enjoy your time back here, thank you very much indeed. Great to see you, of course. Coming. Exactly. They're actually not carrying out what they say they should be doing. It doesn't say what it says on the tin, so to speak. Aidan Campbell, EK29, about 9 minutes away. Matt Weaver, Hannah about to get a nice paycheck going from 320 to 787. Well, I guess they are probably short on Dreamliner crew, are they? Maybe, I don't know. Okay, DHL A300 600, 3,332 people following Hannah. Thank you, Stephen. Paul Messenger, can't believe how excited I am about a plane landing. James Doink has gifted 10 Big Jet TV memberships. There we go, folks. If you're wondering, if you've just joined us and you're wondering why Hannah, why BA579 is #1 on Flight Radar 24 around the world, it's because it's her very last flight, last operation on the A320 with British Airways before switching to the Dreamliner. So she will, she may have already gone through part of her training procedure already, I don't know.
Who was Ben? Is this her now? Is this her now? Is this her now, Julie? Okay. Okay, folks, here we go. No pressure, Hannah. 5,300 people watching you right now, and 3,330 odd people tracking you on Flight Radar 24. So no pressure. Bring it in. I hope after all this it's not. Oh, it wasn't me. It was the skipper who was bringing her in. But anyway, I think it's her command or in control of the flying pilot. Myself ready for the cockpit shot. Nice. Couldn't really see her. Got a little glimpse. Maybe if you take a screen grab or something, I don't know. Was there enough of a moment there to be able to... Anyway, welcome home, Hannah, and congratulations, your last ever flight. Have I got a water bottle I can squirt some water over at an angle and maybe do a little water salute or something? I don't know. It's a shame I didn't have that, but I don't. So next time we film, hopefully, will be on the 787. Oh, that was it, yeah. Oh, cool. Awesome. Is it British Airways? Oh, blimey. No, he's probably run it past them, mate. He's probably run it past them. Look at this beautiful Austrian 320 now, man. Looking very slick. Do like that. Just that cockpit canopy paint that makes all the difference, doesn't it? Okay, so she hasn't fired her engines up now at the moment. You see how the rudder is cranked off to the left. Elevators are down. When they start, the engines. Sometimes they're double electric start on these Dreamliner engines. They don't use it's not a compressed air system like with the hydraulic systems that they use. There we go, all gone to the neutral position. So as soon as the motors start, they charge up the system. Harsh Mehta sitting at Delhi Airport watching Big Jet TV Heathrow while waiting for my flight to Heathrow. Wow. Good day to you, sir. This looks like Saudi Arabian Airlines Dreamliner. And that was a great landing by Hannah as well, I would say. So that's it, she signed off on the logbook for the last time. So, hard sometimes to see because the flaps obviously only go to position number 2, I think, maximum for departure. Obviously far more so flaps full, whatever, on landing. But for takeoff, sometimes difficult to distinguish whether the flaps have actually been deployed there. It looks like they're being deployed now, usually after, before the taxi run anyway. She's still number 1. Full of free check. Ground spoilers left side, ground spoilers right side. Speed brake check, rudder. Has he done the rudder? I just didn't see it. There we go. Rudder. Maximus is a new member. Maximus, brilliant. Has he got a leather, sort of like, you know, one of them leather skirts on with a big scar across his chest and a big beard and huge, great big club in his hand? Maximus, love this channel. There we go. Thank you very much indeed. Caroline Teague, afternoon all. Good day to you. EK29, 5 minutes out. Stephen Rouse, thank you. Jonathan Fisher is a new member. Very warm welcome to you, Jonathan. Again, if you want to just come in and say hello and you're a new member, then do so. But if you want to come in and ask questions, talk to me, etc., etc., then please do so. Do not feel shy at all. Ray Rowson asking, Jerry, do the flaperons work on their own or are they hydraulically controlled? They are hydraulically controlled, Ray, because they are a steering mechanism that work in line with the ailerons. Well, I think the very outboard flight surface anyway. You can see the ailerons quite clearly on the A330 there, sitting there, because the A330, as you can see, doesn't have any flaperons. It just has ailerons to steer the aircraft, whereas the 787 has the flaperon amongst other components on the wing, the flight surfaces, which work in unison with the flaperon. But generally, when you're in flight and you look at the movement of the aircraft, if there's a turn during sort of like mid-flight, you'll see just usually the flaperon that's used for manoeuvring it. When the aircraft's on approach and there's a little bit of a bumpy run-in with crosswinds or whatever, you'll see the flight surface is sort of like working to sort of control and stabilise the movement of the aircraft. But in general, yes, it is just the flaperons, and they are indeed hydraulically powered. Let's see if we can get Daniel Burns' dog to do something. Gizmo, what's that? See if his ears pricked up. What's that? See him off. Bite it. Dig a hole. Where's your toy? Richard Rosania is a new member. Welcome, Richard. Great to see you here. Welcome to all our new members across the board on Big Jet TV. Again, please don't feel shy. Don't feel in any way intimidated. We have a great community on chat, and you are more than welcome to come in and ask any question you want, obviously aviation related, and I will do my best to answer you, and I want to chat with you, and you know, just in general, let's have more interaction with members on chat. You know, we might have, what have we got, 5,000 odd people watching, and we've got 36 people chatting. So let's have more interaction and give other people a chance. It's why I always try to maintain as much spacing with our members. Of course it's difficult because, you know, at the end of the day, as an individual, you've got to feel, you've got to understand that it's a perfectly good place to come and hang out and chat. And a lot of our members feel very relaxed on the channel there in chat, and it's great to see them communicating as well and getting involved in the aviation chat. If we can do as much as we possibly can. Big swing from the Emirates 380 there, all went well up in Glasgow, I hear. Oh, beautiful. I'll check it now, check it now. Oh, really? Okay, sorry about that, folks. Sorry about that. No sound pollution at London Heathrow. Alan Holdgate, welcome back, Alan. Lee Eastwood, welcome back to you as well, my friend. Richard Rosania, we gave Richard a shout, didn't we? A very warm welcome back to Big Jet TV. Oh, sorry, a welcome to Big Jet TV. I've got a BA 380 on finals, and James Doink gifting 10 Big Jet TV memberships. James, a lovely thing to do. Thank you so much. Okay, British Airways A380. See those little dark plumes of exhaust out the back of the engines there? That's basically the pilot adjusting the speed to maintain that speed, because he's a little bit of a southwesterly at the moment, so he's being hit by a little bit of crosswind element, so having to, as you can see it there, having to maintain the engine power to we're going to get a big mouthful of Dunlop here when this thing touches down, like I've just got from the Emirates jet. bit of reverser. Just look at the size of those barn door flaps on her. You just don't need all that braking power, man. Of course, the interesting thing about the flaps, the leading edge slats and the flaps on a wing, on any wing surface, well, actually it depends on the size of the aircraft, but increases the wing surface area by a very small percentage, something like 20% or something like that, maybe even less, I don't know, but increases the efficiency and the effectiveness of the wing by around about 75% in terms of the lift characteristics of the wing, and that's why you need those leading edge slats deployed and the flaps deployed to fly the aircraft at a low speed and bring that descent nice and comfortably in. Otherwise she would fall out of the sky. Who's that starting up? Who's that? United jet by the looks of it. TCC, how do you remember these figures? Well, yeah, I don't know. Richard Rosania has gifted a Big Jet TV, brand new member, has gifted a membership. And Mike Rowland is a new member. Welcome to you, Mike. Great to see you. Thank you so much for your gifted membership, Richard Rosania. Lovely thing to do. Has BA1 World been seen today, Jennifer? Good question, Jennifer. She's actually over. I saw her being towed over in the maintenance area earlier on. Susan Whips saying, just watching the magnificence of the A380. Aviation is definitely a wonder of the world. Well, yeah, certainly the A380 in terms of her size and her capabilities. Lufthansa Neo in the old livery. Keep it that way, please. Don't worry about painting this one. Leave it as it is. Painting. I bet you there's employees of Lufthansa who were never in favour of the new livery. Look at that one pointing his head out. Look. Can I come out? Can I come out? Yeah, you'll come out in a minute, mate. Don't worry about it. He's having a little sniff, look. What, than the old one? Geeks Varna has gifted a Big Jet TV membership. That's very kind of you. And it's Stephen Daniel, who is a brand spanking new member. Stephen has been gifted a Big Jet TV membership. Welcome, Stephen, and enjoy your time here. And thank you, and please come on and thank Geeks Varna for having gifted you a Big Jet TV membership. Enjoy your time here, and please don't hesitate to come in and talk to me and talk to the people. Don't worry, folks, we were all new once, as I was as well. I know what it's like. Don't worry, I know exactly what it's like. It's always a little bit, can be a little bit in your mind you feel intimidated, but trust me, there is no need to feel that way in whatsoever. It's a bit like that whole scenario of the new cowboy or the new sheriff walking into the saloon bar, and the geezer stops playing the piano and everyone looks around and says, "Who are you?" But trust me, that is not the case here. You can immediately jump in, ask questions, talk about a beautiful 767-400 going out there. Oh wow, big smell of Dunlop, man. That was that PO that just landed. Strong whiff of rubber, man. Yes, I know, could be Bridgestone, could be Michelin. Geeks Farner, don't often chat as I'm watching whilst working, but I freaking love this channel. Hey, Geeks Farner, thank you. Fair enough. That's actually, a lot of people do that. To be honest with you, a lot of people have it on in the background, and glance round from 10 to 10 when there might be a 380 landing or something like that. But yeah, great to have you there. If you're lurking in the background, hello. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying your time. Hope you're getting on with your work. Great to have you here. Welcome everybody. That's the one thing that I mentioned on my radio interview this morning, was how humbled I am having such a great community of people. Alan Loff, I think that, or Luff is it? Alan is a new member. Welcome, Alan. Great to have you here. Did I say James Doyle? 10 big TV watchers. I don't want to miss him out if I didn't. Carly Mearbury, long-time viewer, first-time chatter. I forgot what question I was going to ask, so I'm just going to say I hope you come back to Houston. Great to see you. Is the case. We shouldn't really read too much into it, because it's it's a lot of people watching it in the background, so to speak. Jez White tuning in from the Lurkers Lounge. Stevie P, long time lurker. Paul Chapman tuning in from the Lurkers Lounge. Lots of people chilling out in the Churkers Lounge. Yeah. Leanne Weaving. How long you put people at ease? Love how you put people at ease, Jerry. No question is a silly question. We are all still learning yet, as I am. Hey, listen, how many times do I get it wrong? So I'm a perfect test bed for knowing that I get it wrong. Phil Sky, usually a lurker to be honest, but always enjoy the shows and watch it from my bed as opposed to my desk. That's funny. Yeah, I was on BBC Radio London earlier on today, folks. That's why we had a little bit of a late start. Went and parked the van. Barry came in from London, picked him up from Hatton Cross, and we did a radio interview inside the van, of all things, talking about London Heathrow, and also about aviation, about people who love aviation. And he said I was one of the best interviews that he's ever had. Somebody who's passionate about his job and his subject. Anyone who's doing any job needs to be passionate about their job and their subject. Otherwise you just get lazy people, don't you? Can't be bothered with that. Obviously sometimes, you are in situations where you're overworked and underpaid, and then I can fully understand that, because it is a see, I had a good view of that crow's wing there, man. Look at that crow's wing. If you were to stop that, great profile, man. Great profile. Even the humble crow. Oh God, what do they call him? Forgotten already. Yeah, feathers. Primary, there we go. Primary wingtips. Ooh, us. Kerry Davies. I don't know if there's another series. I guess there'll be another series, but I don't think I'm going to be on BBA. Well, they always call me and ask me if I've got anything that I'm working on that might work. So who knows? Who knows? We may be back on BBA, Britain's busiest airport, in the future. The future. Oh, EGPX, I'm retired, but very passionate. Yeah, very passionate about being retired. I like that, EGPX. I would be an all. Yes, that's true actually. Avro Arrow only had to ask one question, then sit back and enjoy. That's funny, man. I've just seen a massive rat. Shut up, I'm telling you. Oh, WestJet. Oh. Ray Rowson, Royal Air Force, Aviation IL-78. In a Mildenhall, half RAF and half Indian Air Force livery. Okay, folks. Now look at that. Yeah. I'm going to show you something quickly. I showed it to everybody earlier on, but look at the front end of that Air Canada jet. Yeah. And that is 2023, ladies and gentlemen. That is the year 2023. Now, have a look at this, which is 1958. And it's a Comet C4. Look at that. See that? Ah, it's gone, isn't it? Oh, in that case, Gilly, she'll probably go out of this runway, won't she? Very likely. Hurrah! Ronan Fahati has gifted a Big Jet TV membership. Very kind of you, Ronan. My apologies, Ronan. A great thing to do, wonderful thing to do. Thank you so much. And let's just have a look and see. Hayabusa Nutter. Hey, what a great name, the Hayabusa. A lot of people won't know what that is. It's a motorcycle, folks. A crazy motorcycle. Gary Godso, I love listening to Big Jet TV. In the background, I work for Rolls Royce, so it's nice to see and hear stuff I have worked on in action. Wow, how cool is that, working for Rolls Royce? Gary, great to see you and great to hear from you, my friend. TCC Serafaro. Let's just have a look down here. Fred Vernals. New documentary about BA on the TV tonight. Ooh, okay. Well, it'll either be really good or it'll be absolute, cringe-worthy. with lots of silly music in the background, like dum 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 dum. Now they can't find the door. Dum 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 dum. So they send someone to go and get some paper. Dum 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 dum. Will he make it across the runway? Dum, dum. It's all made by the same people, all BBC's documentaries, isn't it? Oh, it's on Channel 5, is it? Okay. It'll probably still be the same, I'd imagine. Dum, 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 dum. The music they use is all pretty standard. Read all about it. Beryl Savage, does anyone have the official handover when the aircraft is completed to the designated carrier, for instance, BA, Virgin, etc.? Beryl, great question. And something that I would like to obviously discuss when we're down in Toulouse next week, Beryl. Try and join us next week in Toulouse, France, where we will be at the Airbus assembly plant, and we will discuss all kinds of things like that. But basically, the customer acceptance flight is one part of that handover, and then literally on the day that the aircraft is delivered, you get CEOs and people like that there, sometimes, not all the time. But generally, yeah, just it's like buying a new car. There's your documents, there's the keys. Good luck, and we'll see you later. Don't get an air freshener with it. What about the mats you promised? Hello, this is Players. Steve, is that you? Yeah. Steve, I've got Virgin here. They want their car mats for their 320, 330 Neo. Hold on a minute. Let me see if I've got them in stock. Yeah, I've got them here. I'll get Pete to rush them up for you. All right, cheers. Hello, spares. Yeah, sorry, Steve. Just the air freshener. Can you throw that in with it as well, just to soften them up a bit? Oh, right. Okay, will do. Yeah. Anything else? No, you're all right. Cheers, mate. Easy. Whoa, hey. Whoa. That's a Neo and all, isn't it? Trent XWBs. The last ever Trent in production. Hayabusa. Was he the Rolls Royce man? Hayabusa? Joe Man's Disney Vacation. Welcome, Joe Man's Disney Vacation. Aviation in 4K. You might catch the new Virgin Atlantic 330 Neo VE2, VE11 or II or LL. No, she's coming in on Friday, apparently, we hear. So we will hopefully be back here Friday, folks, for a special short edition of Big Jet TV to welcome Virgin Atlantic's newest A330 Neo, which I guess was, the name was changed late on in the day. She may have had another name set aside, but we have they have very kindly named her after Queen Elizabeth, the late Queen Elizabeth. Hey, Gino! Cherry, you break my heart. You're not part of the hole in the bar. You use a... I'm trying to, Gino, I'm trying to hole in the hole, but bigger the hole, the little the hole. Bigger the hole, the little the hole, bigger the hole. pasta got through that one. Ita. You eat the pasta. Smaller boller, bigger hole. Nice. Oh well, never mind, eh? It was different than anything else on the bleeding block, innit? I mean, talk about being, you know, outrageous in your, you know. Yeah. Nice. I think it's really nice, mate. I think it's a really nice livery. Whoa! Go on, son. Wow. So what have we got? 10 minutes remaining. Gary Linzel is a new member. Welcome, Gary. Great to see you. Just looks a mess, Steve. Never at me. Coffrey and Plains likes the blue, all blue of Ita. Yeah, it's different, isn't it? It is totally different. It's a big statement and fair play. I like the flash of the Italian flag down the back of it on the vertical stabilizer and bleeding down on a bleeding flag down onto the fuselage. Different, bold, great statement, love it, very Italian. Okay, yeah, that is definitely backwards. Thursday night, Friday morning, isn't it? Look at these aircraft. Double Euro wings, push back for 27 right departures. Joe Man's Disney's Vacation, thanking everyone for a lovely welcome. Joe Man's Disney Vacation, please make sure that if you want to, that is, you don't have to, but if you want to, that wasn't intersected, was it? Did that NX-38 just intersect? It did, wow. Well, we've had all the weathers today, haven't we? Well, all miserable weathers, should I say. Intersecting departure for a 380. I've never seen anything like it in my life. He'll be in the clouds before he turns left. I think. There we go. Oh, yeah. Just about going to catch it. And she's gone. Okay, that is a BA 777-200 taxiing for departure. One of the GE90 powered jets. Slowly they start to make their way out for departures. And we are, so WestJet, what's happened to WestJet? So if he's not on radar yet, he'll definitely go out of the right. Oh, blimey, no, I'm never going to retire. Me retire? Flipping heck. What, you mean like, you know, buy a new pair of plimsolls or, what do you got? Slippers. Big brown slippers. and a dressing gown and a pipe. Morning, Paul here. No, mate, I'm gonna keep doing this till I drop. Literally, I think it's the only thing I can do, innit? What's I gonna do? Maybe I could become a narrator on a TV program or something. That's so true. Have to visit every garden centre in the world. Make new friends like Flo and George. Sorry to say you want to call Flo and George, of course. Lovely names, lovely names. Kev Crouch, if the 787 Dreamliner's wheel well fire detection system is inoperative, the aircraft MEL states that it can still fly as long as the landing gear is left down for 10 minutes after departure. That's interesting. There we go, Kev Crouch. Thank you. That is brilliant. Kev Crouch bringing something right to the front there. The wheel well fire detection system, if it is inoperable. So there's another one thrown into, and there's our WestJet jet. GP. Oh man, I have to say, I know it sounds a bit crazy, you know, me getting all excited, but Kev Crouch, thank you. Makes perfect sense there. Look at the e-delivery. Makes perfect sense. Yeah, he's coming across this way, mate. He's going to track right the way through there. Yeah, do you know what's on? Do you know what's on? And whose it is? What's the details on it? Lee Wilkins, welcome Lee straight into Superclass. Lee, thank you so much. I'm gonna say again a big thank you to Kev Crouch. Thank you so much. I don't know if you're on the Dreamliner. I don't know if you're that is proprietary information, isn't it? Really. So I think Kev, I've got to say thank you so much. Unless he's massively researched it, found it on Google, found some. A discussion about it or something or whatever, but Kev, thank you so much for that information. Brilliant information. The wheel well fire detection system is inoperable. If it is inoperable, it is still safe to fly the aircraft. However, you must continue with your wheels extended for a minimum of 10 minutes. So there you go. In order to sort of like obviously cool and disperse any heat that might have got into the. Well, I mean, obviously the thing is that the wheel well, easy for you to say. The wheel well fire detection system will be picking up fire that will be created by the brake system, one would have thought. So therefore it's only going to activate. So therefore you need to allow 10 minutes for the wheels and the braking systems to cool sufficiently enough to retract the undercarriage. That's what he's talking about. Brilliant bit of information. Thank you so much. Somebody's son going to Canada for 2 years on this WestJet, and we are giving them a good send-off. Trouble is, they've got to put their phone up against the thing because they haven't got sliders, have they? So unless they're on the left-hand side of the jet, Mark Y, there we go. Harry and Josh on that WestJet to Calgary, heading out to Canada for 2 years. Harry and John have a great time. Wow. It's kind of like what I did to California. I don't know where they are on the jet, whether they've got the phone up against the window, which window they're at, or anything. We don't know that. The only way to do it is give us a flash on the phone. Because, of course, the cabin crew will all bring the. That's obviously the posh seats up the front there. Well, actually, I don't know how they're configured on the. Anyway. Now, of course, if you want a timestamp, folks, if you want to cut a piece of this out, you are more than welcome to. You don't have to, just obviously we'd appreciate it if you didn't cut the logo out. But all you have to do is go on your phone. Most modern smartphones these days have a capability of record. You just swipe down, press the record button, and then you can record that segment. If it's a long segment and it's got pieces to those segments, if you see what I mean, then obviously there are editing apps that you can get, which I use one in particular, which is very, very fast. Enables you to edit very quickly. KineMaster, KineMaster. Oh, look at that, mate. Yeah. Nice. Oh, Jan. 75, husband 81, still working. Well, to be honest with you, I know there's an affordability issue there, and to be honest with you, so many people. Well, we're not going to get into all of that, but it's good to carry on working. It's good to keep your mind active, doing things. I play golf with a guy who's a lawyer. He's in his late 80s now. Well, actually, I say late 80s. I think he's 85 or 86 or something like that. Still plays golf, still walks the golf course, and it's a hilly golf course, trust me. And lovely fella. He's a lawyer, goes into the office, when he can, obviously, but obviously oversees everything. And when you oversee everything, that means your mind is active because you're keeping control of everything, aren't you? Don't sit at home, in your Stana seat or whatever, watching Countdown for the rest of your life. It's not healthy. It's not healthy, man. Got to be active. Got to be active. What? Here ended the lesson. K to D, Southern Ontario, AK Canada's Florida. Don't look over it, mate, you get fired. Up and down the Apples, down the old Kent Road. Da 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 da. Lambo. Now you see, again, if they had half a sort of like, you know, a bit of imagination, the Pearly Queen, that's not the Pearly Queen, is it? Some bird in a jumped up jumpsuit, isn't it? Or whatever. It needs to be, yeah, they're all the same. You put her in a Pearly Queen outfit and or put the big Pearly Queen hat on her. No one's going to get angry at you if you do that. You know, come on, man. Have a bit of imagination. Don't be so lazy. Yeah, man. No, man. Yeah, I know, mate. It's like Ziggy Stardust, isn't it, or whatever it is. Yeah. Well, have a lovely time in Canada, and just forget about England, because it's all doom and gloom, isn't it? Just go and enjoy new pastures rather than watching the news, which is all like, hello, this is the news. We're broke, we don't have any money, we can't fix the potholes, and we're paying £6 million a day. But anyway, good night. We don't have any economy. All the financial district is now gone to Germany, so we've got nothing to report on the financial sector. Good planes though, good airport, lovely people, salt of the earth. Just an economy that's gone to... Because of Brexit! Thanks, Nigel. Thanks for pulling the wool over all our lovely people in the UK and then not delivering on what you said you were going to deliver. End up on a radio channel that can't even get any sponsors because you're bleeding useless. Bleeding idiot. Nigel Farage. Pulled the wool over so many people's eyes, mate. Anyway, whatever. Not interested. Did you say you got a 380 coming out, GP? BA 380? Okay, well we're going to wait for the 380, folks. Nick Craig. Wow, Mark Y. By Saturday they will be on Vancouver Island working in a surf resort. Oh wow. Oh, how cool is that? That's like when I went and lived in America. I lived in California for 4 years, man. And when I came back, I just could not believe. You know what I couldn't believe when I got back? The football pitches. They've gone from being cow fields to being beautifully manicured. Like, wow, what is going on there? Before I left, there were people running around with all mud everywhere, and honestly, it was. I was like, no way, man. That was when he's big, he's red, his feet stick out the bed. Yeah, that was when he was playing. Yeah. That is the best song ever for someone, because you could just see it, can't you? I mean, Steve Bruce is good, but you know, that is just that's a great song. David Sheffield, I'm a retired aerospace engineer, now 70 years young, working a new business with my son. Just be careful how much you take on. Gotta have fun too. David, you're absolutely right. But yes, hopefully your son is taking the helm, and you are in an advisory capacity, but obviously not. Yeah. We ain't got any money, but we'll pay £6 million a year for people to stay here on our behalf. That's all coming out of our taxes as well, of course, don't forget. Great, innit? Come to England, stay for free, in a lovely hotel as well, and we'll pay for it. How about that? And all your food, and all your linen, and all your living and everything. Yeah. But don't worry about the NHS, no. Don't worry about them. Don't worry about all the potholes that are in my road. I can hardly drive down my bleeding road now. I feel like, I mean, I know the wheels are big on the van, but flipping heck, it's like an assault course. Yeah, no one's got any money anymore, but we've got £6 million a year to pay for other people. Yeah, of course I can. Come on, help yourselves. Yeah, there you go, lovely, right, don't worry about it. Tony, it is a beautiful country. It's a beautiful country in terms of its what it has to offer potentially, but it has, let's be honest, it's gone to the dogs, mate. At the moment, I am a positive person. I love England. I'm a very patriotic person. I love it, but it's gone to the dogs, seriously. All because of bleeding PC and all that stuff. But anyway, whatever. Right, Virgin Atlantic. It's all banter, by the way, folks. It's all banter. You've got to have a bit of banter, eh? Yeah. Deal with it in humour, exactly. Thank you, Jilly. Yeah. Laugh about it, have a joke. Yeah. Also make a statement at the same time. Wheel well fire detection system, hopefully all firing up. Oh, forgive the pun there, but all fired up and working properly on this Streamliner, which is quite interesting because it's not the wheel well that's going to fire up, is it? It's what's going into it. In other words, if there's a smoky brake or you know, a hot disc or something like that, it will create heat, it will create a little bit of smoke as well, and therefore as a result that will set off the fire alarm in the wheel well. That Dreamliner. This is a 7810. Indeed it is. Miami bound. Slightly higher rating on the engines. Come around the top of the bike shed. Oh, I think I can see it. I think I can see it, mate. Yeah, I think I can see it. It's a big chunky undercarriage on the Dreamliner, isn't it? And also what is interesting, it has the tilt mechanism on it as well. Because when we were discussing the whole undercarriage deployment the other day, which was a great discussion, I've got to be honest with you, really enjoyed that discussion on Twitter. Some people sending videos, other people explaining it, showing technical information, all that kind of stuff. I was really pleased with that. I love discussions like that, I've got to be honest with you. Runway inspection right now. This is why we have a standoff at the moment. Dudley, the West Midlands. BBLLB, our book does publish a maximum crosswind for upwind wing low 18 knots, 18 knots. Upwind wing low. Oh, so what he's talking about there, I think, BBLLB, can you tell me? Upwind wing low. In other words, dipping the upwind wing. In other words, if it's southwesterly like it is now, he would be dipping the left-hand wing, the port wing, into the prevailing winds. I think that's right. Am I right? BBLLB. 21 flaps for 40. Crosswind for upwind wing low 18 knots. So that's the maximum allowable, I think, 18. Oh, I don't know what that is in referring to in terms of which aircraft and maximum. Is that maximum gusts 18? Because that doesn't seem very much 18, or winds at 18. Oh, Screaming Emu, we're discussing crosswind corrections, Joe. He's there, isn't he? Thanks, mate. Appreciate it. Discussing crosswind corrections. Okay, so Aviation. If I was 25 to Canada, Rami RC. First thing that attracted me to was your love for Scotland, Northern Ireland. And the Isle of Man and the Isle of Sark, Stephen Roberts, yes, of course. Rob Walker Delta 330 Neo pushing back. Thank you very much indeed. Lisbon Spotter, good day to you. Is it Lisbon Spotter who's always the first to... hello, mate. Who's always the first to like a tweet, yeah. Oh, I thought it was. It's something Lisbon, isn't it? Zurich, that's it, yeah. Sorry, it is Zurich. What's that, mate? Sorry? Oh, nice one, mate. You hang around, I'll be finishing soon. Subscriber just turned up. Kiss away, mate. He's a sort of play golf. Wings level, no limit, just published max crosswind limit, BBLLB. Wings level, no limit. Okay. Wow. So those adjustments are very quick, though, aren't they? They are maybe needed to be very quick. So if these, I think I'd need to get in on the conversation, the discussion on that whole thing. To be honest with you. TCC VA350 Virgin 350, absolutely stunning. Nick Vernon, on Sunday that aircraft had an undercarriage issue. Do the pilots know if the wheels are still spinning too fast to close or the computer generated with closure? Nick Vernon, first of all, the onboard systems will detect, yes, if the wheels are still continuing to spin, but also what's just been thrown into the whole undercarriage retraction debate is this whole business of the undercarriage bay fire detection system is potentially inoperable, which would mean that it may be that all the wheels have braked, everything's working perfectly on that end of the undercarriage. However, if the undercarriage bay fire detection system is inoperable, obviously if you close the undercarriage up and one of the wheels is a bit hot, then obviously it will the alarm will spark. So they have to, even if everything's working perfectly, if the undercarriage, all the wheels have stopped spinning, everything's working perfectly there, because obviously each individual brake assembly will have its own monitor on it, and so on and so forth. So they need to allow at least 10 minutes for the undercarriage to cool. When I say the undercarriage, I mean the braking system, the wheel, the hub, and the caliper system, which is a continual circular caliper, not like on your car where you've got two pot calipers or however many they might be. Ronald with Wings has gifted a Big Jet TV membership. Oh, Ronald with Wings! The other day. Now, what's going on with that 380, mate? Why is she sitting down there for so long? She going back to gate? Ronald with Wings, can I just say while you're there, my friend, I did mention the other day, just at the end of the show where we finished the live, you asked a question, and unfortunately I had gone off air. Have I still got it on my phone? Here it is. Ronald with Wings, how do you tell the difference in engine variants? That 380 is, I think he's going back, mate. Going back. So what he's saying is the APU isn't working, the APU is inoperable, or US, unserviceable, so they're starting the engine using the ground power unit and then pushing back with the tug, and then they'll start the number 2 engine whilst they are, where's he on? Which aircraft's he on, GP? Oh yeah, so Ronald with Wings, my apologies that I missed your, I think that was a show the other day when we were in the paddock and I went off air and you put that question in right at the end. In terms of engine recognition, well, I know just from having just watched this stuff for so long that, I know that there may be some people, because it's long and cylindrical, that engine, they might mistake that for a Trent 7, but because it's the Trent 7 is long and cylindrical, like that one over there, it's a big engine, and obviously only on the A330, and that is the IAE engine, the V2500, and then you've got the new NEO engines and the large engines that are fitted on the A220, the Embraer jet as well. Yeah, there's going to be a lot of very disgruntled passengers on board that aircraft. I know what's going on there. Okay, well, we've got another one to take its place. Happiness. That's a happy living 767, isn't it? BA380 to Dublin. JB Triple. BA380. Oh, BA838830. Sorry. Flipping heck. I went a bit. Yeah. Okay. Oh, Rick Freeman. I might just go to that museum, the De Havilland Museum, and Smoky Start for the #1. I might go to that De Havilland Museum and just have a walk around myself without the camera. It's quite cool. But yeah, it's been a long time since we did a museum trip, isn't it? Is that CMA CGM landing on the sorry folks, I think it is, isn't it? Hello, he got a big smile in he, hey look. Asking how long they can fly before they have to return. Well, put it this way, if it's a pretty standard procedure warning that's come up, like a system that's gone down, then obviously they can. That's around about 10 minutes. But if, of course, they have an issue with retracting the undercarriage, then obviously they would return to the airfield or divert quite quickly, because they will try and troubleshoot it. They will stay in the hold for a period of time. Early. Looks like she wants to go. There she goes, man. Look at that. Yeah. Tilt mechanism. See the tilt mechanism in the 777 undercarriage. Hear the hum of the Trent 7. America. Locked in battle now with United. American and United. Yeah, but we've got a hangar and you haven't. Oh, big deal. Yeah, but we've got 26 operations a day and you've got 23. Yeah, but we've got a hangar and we can put another 3 on. Oh, okay. We've got some numbskull on free membership, have we? What a miserable life it must be, being a miserable git. Seriously, what a miserable life you must have, you know. Nice. Come on in. Over you come. Come on. He's out. So, where's that 380 then, Gilly? Has it gone all the way back down to T5? Jan Clark is a returning member. Welcome back, Jan. Good to see you. Tim O'Dell, Jerry, that MEL alleviation on the wheel well fire detection is really to allow the jet to return to base to be fixed. Leaving the gear down affects how much you can lift from many airfields. Nice sort of like point that out and another sort of like the big. Mike Hall upgraded to first class. Thank you, Mike. Great to see you here. Oh, here we go. Outbound to Boston. Coming your way, Sammy Castriata. It's Arthur! That's Arthur, isn't it? Yeah, Arthur Wingtip. This could be loud. Trent 800 power on this American trip. You can imagine patch on the 380. Oh yeah, here we go. Someone will have to correct me, but I think that's the same reason why American Airlines opted for the, or had to go with the with the Rolls-Royce power plant, as opposed to the GE power plant in the early days, because of the problems that they were experiencing with the GE90 engine in its first phase of production. Chris B says, my watch says that was loud. Brilliant. EGPX talking about standard instrument departure level 6,000 feet. They need ATC clearance to climb higher. Yes, climb 6,000 feet and climb and maintain 6,000 or whatever it might be, depending on how busy the traffic is at any specific TBD. Sue Taylor sat right over the engine on an American 777. It's loud inside too. I think Screaming E would know that GPS. That's a UK or a European flight level minimum. Yeah, there's a pilot preaching to the knowledge. I don't know. There's Delta 330 CEO and 330 NEO taxi now. You might even get to see them up close in terms of their now you guys will be able to see the, engine recognition again is something that, it's you obviously need to do a little bit of research in terms of, because there are a number of engines that look very much the same, like the XWB engine there, the Trent 1000 engine there. Of course, you've got the Trent 1000, which is immediately noticeable by the fact that she's got those chevron style exhaust or airflow design on it, not exhaust. It's that's actually where the bypass air jumps through, and there's the CEO with what looks like a Pratt & Whitney engine. And as you can see, the different wing styles of the Neo and the CEO, the straight-edged fence-style winglet, as opposed to the blended style winglet on the CEO variant that you're looking at there. Where's JB Trip? Oh, for God's sake, mate. Back again. Has he gone back again? Oh.
still taxiing around then, is he? What's going on? Hey! Okay, 767. Good old Smoky Joe. Out the blocks next. Sue Taylor says, I see you, JB, on radar at T5. Wind it up! Pratt power. Reach for the skies. Positive rate, you're up. It's quite interesting how United are taking on a maintenance facility here at Heathrow. Abandoned UK Singapore 380 due at 3:59. Well, that range 3,000 feet from this approach at EGLL. Oh, okay, so each airfield obviously has a different altitude climb out, maximum and minimum and all that kind of thing. By the sounds of it anyway. Got a fair old lick, wasn't he? Hey! Hey! Diddle pinky, looky diddle pinky. Don't be shy. Flexing up already, man. Crazy the amount of bend you can put into an alloy wing as well as a carbon wing. Hello, I think we might have one of those issues with potentially well, we've got one of two, haven't we? One of two things really. Brake failure, wheel well fire detection system inoperable. Yeah, one of the two, isn't it? So if they go up within 10 minutes, that will mean that it's more than likely a brake, not a failure, but one of the brake systems is inoperable. Inop, US, whichever you want to call it, unserviceable.
when we talk about unserviceable, we talk about unserviceable in flight. So they will. So look at that, Delta's 330 CEO and NEO, exactly the same front end, but look how different it looks with that. With the wraparound. So this is the new Trent 7000 engine, the upgraded refurbished Trent 700. She just likes to air her feet. I like it. Still the same fuselage, obviously a change of wing componentry and materials and so on and so forth used for the A330. Of course, the original A330 CEO wing was able to carry another 2 engines on it, that one there for the A340-300. So exactly the same wing on that aircraft as is on the A340-300. Of course, the new A330 NEO doesn't have that capability because it doesn't need it. Very clever by Airbus to incorporate that within their product in terms of, you know, speed. So literally when a wing arrives on the assembly line. Okay, John, which one's this for? 340, 300, mate. Right, I'll put that over on the right. This one's for a 330. Right, I'll put that one over on the left. Literally as simple as that. That one will go through the stages of having 2 engines fitted onto the wing as opposed to 1 engine. So very clever. But of course, with the new A330, this is the older CEO that you're looking at here with Egypt Air, with the old Trent 700. Still a very efficient engine. The only difference between that really and the new one is the bigger fan blade that's been introduced to make it more efficient, more bypass, better energy, better fuel efficiency, less fuel burn. Don't tell me he's just pushing back either. Aviation in 4K. By the way, can I just say Aviation in 4K? Thank you. I don't mention it enough, but I do have to say thank you so much for all of your timestamps that you put at the end of every show. If you're watching right now, folks, and you want to look back at this and then look at the timestamps that Aviation in 4K totally off his own back, and we really appreciate that, mate. Really, I mean, we may not show our appreciation, but we are very appreciative. Like the old Lufthansa livery, me. Oh, it's starting to rain, mate. It's starting to rain, Jelly, man. Okay, so this is the CEO Delta replacing these jets, much like what Virgin Atlantic have been doing with their new NEO models. These are Pratt & Whitneys, I think. To shower. Dixie read that Delta, was it Delta? Will bring their flew 50 into London Heathrow. Did we hear that somewhere? I hope we did. Rolls-Royce hub. Trent 8. Singapore Slim on approach to runway 27 left. Wow, big lineup of planes, man. Big queue of planes. Oh, look at the tower. Good, son. Off you go, mate. Easy, good. Run. Go on, get it. Chase it. Go on, jump up. Get it. DJ, good boy. Is that him there? This is him. He's not behind the 777, he's behind the 320 now. What size is he on? Oh, okay. He's on the wrong side then. Oh well, JB, when you depart, make sure you have your light on the camera. Your torch on the camera. Hold it up against the window. No, it's just it's rain. See, what's the run time, GP? What's the run time? Do what? Oh, Les Tankard, great to hear back from you, mate. Lovely to hear back from you. And yeah. Nice one, my friend. You don't have to justify it or anything. It was only a little bit of banter we were talking about earlier on. Of course, it's good to see you here. Good to see that you can carry on with us. Adventures saying thank you to Nick Gray for the membership, who has gifted 5 Big Jet TV memberships. Wonderful, thank you. This article says we won't see any of the new Embraer planes in the US for about 10 years. Lots of hurdles to get the planes into rotation, from pilots to some restrictions for the US. Restrictions that the US has. It's an interesting thing to hear, isn't it? Wow. Embraer ain't going to like that, are they? Scope compliant. What does that mean, Screaming Emu? Doesn't make any scope compliant jets anymore. Never heard that say before. What's that all about? Thank you, Les. Good to see you. Just fine. Hopefully it means more mainland. Still Claxton. On Flight Radar, I'll tell you how many aircraft are in the air at any one time. Oh, if you count them. Well, you have to tell him, Julie. You have to tell him. James Acosta is a new member. Welcome. Screaming Emu. Embraer knew about it. The rules have been the same for a decade. They chose not to make an airplane that works for US. Works for us. In what respect? I don't understand that. Surely they wouldn't make an aircraft that is applicable for the US market. Or isn't compliant. In what respect? I don't understand that, because the E2, the Embraer E2 jet has the same capabilities, does it not, as the A220? Or am I? Please tell me I'm wrong if that's the case, but. Jennifer Jordan, scope, disabilities. No. Wow. What? Wow, 18,229 aircraft on Flight Radar at the moment in action. Wow. Well, actually, that's including taxiing aircraft, though, isn't it, Julie? That's including taxiing aircraft? Yeah, that's including 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 here on the ground at Heathrow. Well, the thing is that the engines are actually on lease. The engines are leased by the engine manufacturers or third party. A bit like the aircraft, really. There are leasing companies that will you know, the airline, the engine manufacturers make their money on the leasing packages and contracts that they have with the airlines. Not on, they don't sell them for like $12 million or something like that. It's a service contract, which is where they make their money. 1,500 feet. Yeah, no, it's on approach to 27 left. No, he's on approach 27 left. It's a glitch. Looks like someone's pushing in. JB trip reports, look to your right any moment now. You're going to see a big grey wall appearing. It's Larry David, isn't it? Nice puff of brake dust, quite commonly seen off of the 330 just before the brake. The wheels are retracted, the main gear is retracted, braking system brakes the wheels, tricked. Must be an old livery one, looks a bit glum, doesn't it? Nice colours over there, look. Nice colours. Nice colours, folks, look at those nice colours. Look at them. services going out. Got 777-300 taxiing out from T4 as well. Such a big pair of boots on it, isn't it? The 78. Thought we might have another wheel-related issue. It's like the M25 for crying out loud. Get out of the way, you beep. Get out, oi! Do you drive like that in the beep? Get out of oi! That's screaming at me. Delta loves the 220-100 in part because of scope. Some costs as a CRJ 900, but 40 more passengers. Same costs as a CRJ 900, 40 more passengers, and they can save as they want. Wow. Yeah, that's good numbers, isn't it? Yeah, I'll be honest with you. I think Embraer were maybe a little bit late to the table, and that's possibly why Boeing decided not to buy the Embraer program. He's got his phone up against the window. Autopilot, high humidity actually helps engine thrust. It curtails exhaust gas temperature a few degrees so you can up your throttle percentage on takeoff. I love that, man. Does that mean humidity as in hotter, as in the air is hotter and therefore thicker, and therefore you can utilise the power settings more to your desirability? Is he in 22, yeah? So he'll be sort of like past those doors. F, yeah? There he is! Good lad! Good lad! Have a good trip, mate. Isn't it funny, man? What is he doing? Did I hear he's doing multiple trips or something? Okay, so we've got some heavy hitters to go out before we finish, folks. Such a gracious aeroplane, isn't it? Lift off. Oh, hello. Hello, big lad. Oh, Stevie Luscombe, look away. Put that on there for Steve, look, especially for Steve, look. So you can make a nice big screen grab of it. Put it on his phone.
That's quite a heavy jet. And they put a 777 on as well. That's quite interesting. Don't often see that, do you? Okay, you want to see a jet go up quick, folks? Stick around for this DHL A300 600. Old school. This aeroplane was developed before any of those planes there in that lineup. Any of those planes there. This plane was developed and flew long before them. First fly-by-wire. No, it wasn't actually. I apologise. The 320 was the first fly-by-wire, wasn't it? This was originally a cable operated, fly-by-cable, fly-by-line or whatever you want to call it. Grab it, sorry folks. Lawrence Academy, by the way, Lawrence is a new member. Welcome Lawrence, great to see you here. And also Lord Petrolhead is a full striper. Welcome back Lord Petrolhead. Robert Fleming Qatar sometimes have 380 and 777 close together around 8:30 AM. Oh, there we go. That's the reason why. Okay, I'm gonna lay a bet 3,640 feet per minute climb rate on this DHL jet. 3,640. That's my shout. Before anybody else gets in there. Adventures, have I ever seen a bird strike? We have, but nothing spectacular. Here we go. Yeah, there she goes. Okay, count it, go on. 3392 already. What did I say? 3640. I said 3640. I think it's going to go. That's about it. It's going to max out at 34 now. Okay, so I was 600 feet out, 300 feet out. Say about that. 3, 4, 5, 6. Go on, girl. Philip Fern, 3,400 per minute. Thank you, Locomotive Rocket. Philip Hart, 3,584. Oh, okay. Going to do this for Stephen Lusker, especially for you.
Oh, Jill Perry says, I just watched it back. There was half a blind past the mid doors and a phone shining in a window a few rows back from that. Well, then there we got him, didn't we? Yeah, we got him. Autopilot, the A300 freighter will outlast the MD-11. We are parking ours along with UPS. I feel for those guys, most will move to the 767 and 777 freighter. Sorry about that. Oh, that's another plane we will miss desperately. Yeah, you know what I mean. It is a great versatile freighter, the MD-11. But look, it's got 3 engines. Don't need 3 engines, mate. Do just as much on a 767 or a 777-200 or even an A300. And like he says, they will outlast the MD-11s because they are they're still highly operative. You know, all the UPS jets have been converted to fly by wire. Well, I don't know if they were glass cockpit anyway, put it that way. So look at it very closely, Stephen. Look at it very closely. I like it. I wouldn't like it if it was all blue. I like it because of that flash on the back. It's very much like the it's like a sports strip, isn't it? Right, I'm going to get this Qatar 777, then I'm going to head back to base, folks. I've got a couple of emails to catch up on and people to talk to about a dog. Not really about a dog, obviously. Luigi Forestieri. Luigi, I hope you got your is he from Italy? Anyway, Luigi, welcome to first class. Sounds like you've got a name like that. He's not going to be from Brentford, is he? Might be from Brentford. Italian living in Brentford. I'm sure there's lots of Italians living in Brentford. Nice. V1. Not yet. Hold on, son. Hold on. There you go. V1. Rotate. No, maybe not. Blimey, that was a long run for a 767. Wow, that was Dreamliner-esque. That was. Ran that one out long. Two bleeding single R's to go before the Qatar 777. Right, folks, whilst these two jets spin off down the runway, I will say my goodbyes. Thank you to everybody who's got involved in the chat today. Great to have you on board, everybody, and very good on the chat. I like that. I like you guys getting involved in the chat. That's how you waterproof photography. Yeah. So a very look like grandma, don't I? Pete. Yeah, so thank you, folks, to everybody who's got involved in the chat today. A very warm welcome to all of you new members, and to all of you folks who are returning members, gifted members. Everybody is welcome to the party. It's great to have you with us. Thank you so much for all of your input and your involvement in helping others in the chat and making them feel welcome. We really appreciate that. And we will be back on Sunday. Probably won't be here. We like to mix it up a bit, so we'll be somewhere around the airfield. So just wait and see. Check the app. Download the. Make sure you download the app. But also, what is important is that really works. What is really important is that you subscribe to the channel as well. If you're new, if you're watching on the channel right now and you're thinking, what is this all about? What is this idiot doing? Then subscribe for more idiocracy, if that's the right word. Yeah, you'll enjoy yourself, folks. It's guaranteed. There's no doubt about it. You will have fun. Go, Bennett. Do you want to go or what? Not in a hurry, is he? In your own time. But yes, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. Look after yourselves and look after those around you as well. Be happy. I know we're all going through very testing, trying times, both here and overseas as well. It's not just limited to the UK. Might have a bit of fun about it during the show and all that sort of thing, but really, you know, I appreciate that people are obviously going through hardship, whatever it's related to, and we hope that you manage to stay positive. A positive mental attitude, PMA. At least that's what they tell me on the golf course. Never seems to work, but here she comes now. But yes, just be strong, be happy. There's another one in it. There's another Dreamliner in it. Oh yeah, we might see you on Friday, folks. There's another Dreamliner, look. Yeah, because Virgin Atlantic are planning to bring their new Neo, Queen Elizabeth, Queen of the Skies, into London Heathrow on Friday. It is planned, I believe. Look at this. I wonder if this is a oh, blimey, Jelly. Yeah, Friday for the Friday for the Virgin Atlantic jet. If it coincides with that, yes. You know, but we're not. I said a short show for yeah. It might coincide. It might if it's half an hour either side or something like that. Then yes, but obviously. We'll have to see how that plans out, folks. Look after yourselves. I hope you're feeling well. I hope you're doing well. I hope you're healthy and happy. Please be positive about everything that you do in life. Have PMA, and don't worry about those around you who are negative. Don't let yourself get sucked into any negativity. Always be positive as you possibly can under the circumstances. Be smiley like this 777, look. He's happy, look. Sorry about that.